So, the results for the SCP-6000 contest was supposed to release today. However, it apparently got delayed, so you know what? I guess I'll just read some other SCPs for now. Yeah, I could reread SCP-5000. Sounds pretty nice. Because... Yo!
Drawn to that sort of library magic, whispering through the dusty aisles, watching all the thinkers read, trying to keep a grown man quiet. It's like pulling teeth.
By order of the Overseer Council, the following file is Level 4 6000 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Welcome back, Director Moose. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. The following two file revisions were found in the SCP-6000 slot when it was automatically pre-generated as an empty placeholder by SkipNet on June 25, 2022. No file history was available. Due to the content therein and the questionable circumstances of its discovery, the O5 Council has elected to leave this file unaltered. None of the events that follow have occurred. The coordinates listed as the location of SCP-6000 contain nothing of note. Maria Jones, Director, Risa. Project Fusillade. SCP Foundation Global Occult Coalition Joint Clearance File. Passcode. The garden is the serpent's place. Level 4 6000 classified. Item number, SCP-6000, Object Class, Keter. Pictured below are SCP-6000 and SCP-6000-A, Special Containment Procedures. Current protocol regarding SCP-6000 is to conceal its existence by any means necessary. As the information arm of Project Fusillade, Foundation resources are to be primarily dedicated to disinformation and concealment while a permanent containment or destruction solution is devised. Any unauthorized individuals entering the SCP-6000 exclusion zone are to be aggressively disincentivized. Further containment details can be found in Addendum 6000.3. Description: SCP-6000 is a massive dimensional extrusion centered at these coordinates in the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. SCP-6000 represents the largest Class W transportation gateway, colloquially known as a way, ever encountered by the Foundation. SCP-6000 currently measures 19 kilometers from its northeast to southwest point. The area directly affected by SCP-6000's presence is significantly larger, and a temporary security perimeter has been established around the area at a diameter of 8 kilometers, designated the Exclusion Zone. SCP-6000 is growing at an unstable rate. Its presence has an adverse effect on plant and animal life in the Exclusion Zone. The degree of this effect, along with the size of the exclusion zone itself, increases proportionally with SCP-6000. SCP-6000-A is a sapient semi-ophidian organism discovered within the exclusion zone during initial reconnaissance of SCP-6000. See Addendum 6000.2. It was found in a comatose state surrounded by human corpses. SCP-6000-A's connection with SCP-6000 is under investigation. See Addenda. SCP-6000-A close-up. Hover to enlarge. SCP-6000 connects baseline reality with the extra-dimensional location known as the Wanderer's Library. The Wanderer's Library was first encountered by the Foundation in 1955, but evidence suggests it has played a crucial part in the development of human civilization since at least the beginning of recorded history. See Addendum 6000.1. SCP-6000 first appeared on December 21st, 2030, the summer solstice. Real-time satellite images of the Amazon rainforest suddenly displayed a significant visual anomaly, and a reconnaissance team was deployed to inspect the area. Addendum 6000.1 Wanderer's Library Briefing. The Wanderer's Library, designated NX-001 is an extra-dimensional Y-space comprised of a massive library of unclear size and boundaries, which contains a potentially infinite amount of books, treatises, essays, and other forms of media and knowledge. Its collection purportedly covers the sum of all knowledge, but with a specific focus on elements of thaumaturgy and magic. The Foundation has been aware of the library since 1955, when a group of interests known as the Serpent's Hand inadvertently exposed the location to agents. The library is maintained by librarians, entities that range in size and shape but are typically heavily modified humanoids specialized to the service and protection of NX-001. Those who break the rules of the library are subject to being transformed into librarians to work off their debt. This fate has befallen a number of Foundation personnel. NX-001, circa 1955, photo slightly damaged. NX-001 is closely connected to GOI-014, the Serpent's Hand. The Hand are known to use the library as a meeting and staging point for operations due to the relative safety it offers. Numerous attempts have been made by Foundation and GOC forces to penetrate into the library, but almost all have failed. The Foundation, along with the GOC and Chaos Insurgency, were originally barred from the library due to the library's opinions of those who attempt to suppress the abnormal, but have in recent years relaxed their stance. Site 19 director Tilda Moose has had extensive experience with the Wanderer's Library and the Serpent's Hand as a former Type Blue entity, and has given several security briefings on the topic. Extra-dimensional is the technical term, though not very descriptive. The library isn't on our world, though it's connected to it. You reach it through ways. Ways are a network of basically magic portals that take you from one place to another. They're scattered around the world. A way can be anything you can picture as a door, or anything like a door, a cave, an archway, the back of a truck. Some of them are just art pieces. I once used a picture of a door to enter the library back when I still could. Oh yes, I used to be a library goer. That was a long time ago, though, back when I ran with other groups. Yeah, it's, I suppose otherworldly is the best word for it. Nothing quite compares. The architecture and decorations are, they're not alive, but they're mutable. Always changing. When I frequented it, the place was on an Art Deco kick. You could look up and see the constellations on the false ceiling. That all ended when I joined the Foundation, though. The library does not like us, to say the least, especially not me. No, I would not like to talk about it. Moving on. Addendum 6000.2 Initial Encounters. Unexplained Event Report. SCP-6000 Aerial Shot. Location, Amazon Basin, Brazil. Status, ongoing. Time, 11:49 a.m. Local time. December 21st to present. Disruption class, Kennick. Event summary. Large visual and spatial anomaly, 0.5 kilometers in length, resembling iridescent rip in space. Nearby flora and fauna altered in shape, color, composition, and size, increasing in alteration by proximity to anomaly. Long-range visual surveillance suggests that it is a way leading to the library, but significantly larger than any previous encountered. Physical confirmation required. Suggests immediate containment team and specialized detachment of MTF Sigma Free. Edit. It's really beautiful, you know. Communication from the Freeman reconnaissance team ceased after this transmission. A ResCon team and a fire team from MTF Sigma Free bibliographers were immediately deployed to the location. They found the surveillance team's equipment and supplies, but none of the Free members. Tracks leading away from the site indicated that they had gone into what is now the exclusion zone. While searching for the missing reconnaissance team, personnel discovered the corpses of 12 unknown individuals dressed in robes at the foot of a thaumaturgical ritual circle. In the center of the circle was SCP-6000-A, coiled and in a comatose state. The entity was quickly airlifted into containment at Facility 57. In the interim, one of the fire teams was outfitted for an expedition into SCP-6000. Due to her extensive experience with NX-001, Ways, and the Serpent's Hand, Director Moose was flown in from Facility 57, where she was on an administrative visit to accompany the fire team. MTF Sigma Free, Bibliographers, Fireteam Chicago, Chicago 1, Adam Macmillan, Chicago 2, Tilda Moose, Chicago Free, Naira Flores, Chicago 4, Esteban Bardem. Beginning approach to SCP-6000, no sign of the recon team. Copy that. Wait, you guys hear something? It's coming from the anomaly. You're still a click and a half out, Chicago. Copy. Keep moving. There's something wrong with the air command. It's all shimmery, like an oil slick. It's like an oil sheen on the plants. I've never seen anything quite like it. Taking sample photos. Look at this. When did that happen? It's still happening. Look. This definitely isn't a normal way. Eyes up, folks. We're about to break over the ridge command. Copy that, Chicago. You're clear. Holy shit. Hold on. It's empty. That's new. What the hell? Weird. Command permission to investigate. Stand by. Permission granted, but 2 is going to have to stay outside. Don't want to risk pissing them off. Of course. Roger. Huh? It's hardware, just covered by dirt. What the fuck is going on here? Hello? Anyone there? Permission to move in, Command? Permission granted. Be careful. Command, you read? Loud and clear. Anything. It's totally empty. I don't like this. This place feels different from the library. I thought that was just me. No, definitely different. Look at the ceiling. There's no roof. It's just dark. The shelves are unvarnished. It's unfinished. I didn't realize that could happen. Oh, shit. Archivist. Command, please advise. You are authorized to attempt to peacefully engage. Air support has been scrambled from Facility 57 as backup. Copy. Hey, hello. I see your intentions. Be gone. Oh, Jesus. Hey, we've done nothing wrong. We haven't broken the rules. What is this? Guys, pull out. Now. Go! Fuck. Help! What the fuck are you waiting for? Run! The sudden, unprovoked hostility from NX-001 and the transformation of the reconnaissance team into librarians, a punishment typically reserved for serious breaks in NX-001 law, prompted an emergency council meeting the next day, while MTF Delta 45 maintained a security perimeter around SCP-6000. Chicago 1, Agent Adam Macmillan, and Chicago 2, Director Tilda Moose, were evacuated to Facility 57, the ad hoc organizational facility for the containment of SCP-6000. Addendum 6000.3, Containment Response. Due to its relatively remote location, the threat posed was not as significant as it could have been. Nevertheless, the possible threat of a permanent, large, Class W way on Earth was significant. On December 23rd, SCP Overcom, then known as the Overwatch Command, authorized the first series of containment and mitigation protocols for the in-situ containment of SCP-6000. These were packaged together as Project Fusillade. The designation of Facility 57 as official containment facility of SCP-6000, the construction of a fence around the exclusion zone to deter wildlife and travelers, the requisition of resources for the long-term study of SCP-6000, the arrest of known cells of GOI-14, the Serpent's Hand, and the authorization of members of MTF Sigma Free to aggressively seek out means of combating NX-001. Council vote summary. The status has been approved. Shortly after this, SCP-6000-A awoke from its comatose state during a preliminary examination by medical personnel at Facility 57. It immediately attacked but was quickly disabled by security guards. While in containment, SCP-6000-A repeatedly referenced the Wanderer's Library and the Serpent's Hand. Due to her status as the senior personnel with the most experience regarding NX-001, Director Moose was authorized to perform investigative interviews accompanied by armed guards to attempt to gain information on this subject. SCP-6000-A upon discovery. Hello? Jailer. Wow, I haven't been called that in a minute. Your hand, then? No. Maybe. I cannot remember. I see. What do you remember? Floating in a void, dreaming, sitting under an apple tree, hearing something whisper stories into my ear, then waking up here on a cold metal table surrounded by men with knives. Sorry about that. So you don't remember how you found yourself like this? No. Is there something wrong with my appearance? Oh, you'll, take a look for yourself. Oh. So you didn't know. Okay. No. This is... No. The voice did say that it would mold me in its image, but... What voice? I don't know how long I was dreaming, but it was with me the whole time, dangling from bent branches of the tree, murmuring tales and stories and myths. Stories about the jailers, the book burners, the library itself. But you wouldn't know about that. I do, as it happens. I've been in the library many times. Used to, anyway. I remember being told that some jailers could enter. Why, beyond me. Various reasons, information, travel, but there are quite a few restrictions. They're not allowed to help the rest of the Foundation contain anything. Is that not what you are doing to me? The situation has changed, to put it lightly. The way, yes? So you do know something about this. Tell me. And why would I do that? Because you've been cooperative enough. Because I went in and now 6 of my people have been torn apart by librarians. Because you still have some humanity left over. Take your pick. A trade. A story for a story. My mind is bursting with stories. But the only way to know a story is to tell it. What kind of story? Why don't you tell me the story of your last time in the library? Why do you care about that? Because I remember the feeling of the library, but I can't remember anything about it. Maybe you will awaken something. It must have been 15 years ago by now. I was on the rocks with the hand. We didn't really agree on how we should go about improving the world that we live in. There's a section of the library, the 5 archives. I don't know if you remember. I do. Great stone vaults filled with knowledge, considered forbidden even by the library's standards. Where new librarians are made, impossible to get to. Yeah, that's what they all said. Nothing's impossible if you know to write magic well enough. I spent months preparing, then I set the rituals alight. Only took a few minutes and then I was inside. The staff none the wiser. I have never heard this story. What did you do? I took some things, books, maps of ways, lists, things that, if given to the Foundation, would give them a tactical edge in dealing with the library. Then I left the way I came. You betrayed the library. Yeah, no other way to put it. Describe the place to me. The library? I'm hoping you already know on some level. Trying to describe it to anyone who hasn't seen it is like trying to explain the difference between 2 colors to a blind man. It's utterly alien, foreign, beyond the cusp of understanding. It's wondrous and magic, and it's bitter and spiteful. Center of the universe. Maybe it is. I wouldn't be surprised. Place is infinite. No, not infinite. Merely impossibly large. What's the difference? It's eternally expanding as new stories are written and new knowledge is found. It expands and consumes dead stories. Stories that have ended into itself. To turn them into shelves for other stories so that something new might exist in their place. Huh? My story is about that. A bit. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who woke up and found she could spin fire. She lit toys, candles, papers on fire, until men with guns kicked down the door to her tenement and tried to take her away. That was when she learned she could also light people on fire and found out it was much less fun. Then she ran and ran until she met people, street witches and miracle makers, who were just like her. They opened a door to a world where she could be herself without fear or reprisal. The library. Yes, she walked among the shelves and saw the tokens and read every single story she wanted, but she came across a problem. Every story ended. Some were short, some were long, but they all came to an end sooner or later. How is that a problem? It wasn't, not really. But she couldn't stop thinking about the end of the stories, and one question always ringing out. What happened after? Did the character struggle against her end, or was it a calm affair? I can relate. But what does this have to do with us? I don't know. I'm still storing for the stories. I simply picked out which seemed relevant. But I'd look for the serpent's hand. They helped a girl, maybe they can help you. Addendum 6000.4 Fusillade Responses. Upon SCP-6000-A's suggestion, and in line with Project Fusillade, on December 27, 2030, SCP-Overcom approved Operation Black Star for MTFs worldwide to make simultaneous raids on the known headquarters of major Serpent Hand cells. On December 28th, Operation Black Star was successfully executed. MTF Pi 1 City Slickers Fireteam Dragon Shanghai, China. Translated from Mandarin. Begin log. Ready, 2, take point. Affirmative, free. Ready, free, 2, 1, breach, go! Clear, clear, clear. They're gone. All 57 safe houses raided had been completely cleared out and were free of GOI 14 members, or materials. In 30 of them, Class W gateways were and are still active, leading into the same section of Annex 001 as SCP-6000. By all appearances, the Serpent's Hand had completely abandoned the planet, leaving active ways peppered across the globe. At this point, SCP-6000 had grown to 1 kilometer across. An exclusion zone had expanded to 3 kilometers. Director Tilda Moose was asked to prepare a statement detailing her thoughts on the situation for the O5 Council. I don't know what precipitated this, but if the library is turned against humanity, the situation is going to be dire. It's a completely alien entity to us, and we can't even begin to understand why it is or does the things it does. Hell, we don't even know if there's a rhyme or reason to anything. Most Foundation personnel only know of the library in the abstract, but I and a handful of others have actually stepped foot into shelves, and we can tell you that it at once humanity's greatest boom and its greatest threat. Imagine how much of a history has been influenced by people getting into the library and bringing back knowledge they would otherwise never have had. Now imagine how fucked we'll be if the source of all knowledge in the universe turns on us. I don't see the story having a happy ending. Director Moose has been temporarily relieved of her duties at Site-19 to consult on SCP-6000 containment efforts at Facility 57. Addendum 6000.5 Fusillade Containment Efforts. An incident committee was hastily assembled at Facility 57 on January 19th. Members: Director Tilda Moose, Agent Adam Macmillan, MTF Sigma 5, Applied Force Liaison Joseph Kurtz, Large-Scale Containment Specialist J. Vasquez. No, the Amazon is too high profile for that sort of thing. Have we considered the RTS array? Initial experiments out of the exclusion zone using SRAs on SCP-6000 seem to have no effect. Damn it, what the fuck is this thing? It's a way. Ways aren't matter, they're not quite energy. We barely understand anything about them. Ways dissipate a few minutes after formation. It's been weeks, and SCP-6000 has only gotten larger. None of the new ways have dissipated either. Someone's obviously changed. Yes, but what? We have no idea, no leads. Well, not no leads. Alright, the snake thing you pulled out. What the hell is that thing's story? I don't know. It doesn't remember anything before you picked it up. It's definitely more connected to the library than it's laying on, or that it remembers. Well, keep working on it. In the meantime, we've got new reports of the exclusion zone detailing what SCP-6000 is doing to the flora and fauna. I don't know how to phrase this, so it's libraryifying everything around it. When I was in there, I saw trees turning into shelves appearing on the leaves, that sort of thing, I bet. Essentially, the animals are also being destroyed and changed. We've spotted jaguars with extra limbs, birds 2 feet tall, and flying all over their wings, etc. It's warping the landscape into part of the library. And the larger SCP-6000 gets, the larger the exclusion zone is. That's bad news. To say the least. That said, I have some ideas that are worth trying. Let's hope one of them works. Abridged Fusillade Containment Attempts Log. Proposed containment. Use flame and heat-based weaponry such as flamethrowers to incinerate trees affected by SCP-6000. Containment results. Effective trees within the exclusion zone proved resistant to heat-based weaponry, rapidly regenerating all burned matter. Proposed containment. Fire high-yield explosives into the mouth of SCP-6000. Containment results. Explosives repeatedly fail to detonate after crossing the threshold into NX-001. Proposed containment. Trinity Artis Array, a satellite-based SRA system upon SCP-6000 at full power. Containment results. SCP-6000 exclusion zone completely unaffected. 34 entries abridged. Hi again, jailer. Why do you keep calling me that? You're not Hand. You can't even remember the library. Oh, but I can. I can remember some things now. Not everything, but hopefully it will come. Really, what is it? I remember being a young woman in the Dinodon's hand, searching for the worship of knowledge in the library and out. Worship? Awfully religious for the Hand. I damn well know. I ran with them for years. Really? And now you're a Foundation director. What changed? I don't want to talk about it, but suffice it to say I realize that maybe not all knowledge is meant to be shared. Anyways, you were saying? Yes, the Hand started out as a cult. Thousands of years ago, the Hand of the Serpent, a warrior cult dedicated to the worship of the serpent that created the library. The serpent? Knowledge incarnate, the spirit of learning, the Naga, Jormungandr, the snake in the tree. Every mythical snake iconography is said to stem from the primal serpent, but no one knows if it's actually real. Shh, let me finish my story, jailer. The Hand were powerful, long-lived monks, but eventually died out, leaving their teachings behind. Theses, passages, essays on widest spread of knowledge was the greatest honor possible and should be done at all possible cost. Many years later, people from this world discovered these writings and christened themselves the new Serpent's Hand, the one you and I know today. They shed the trappings of ritual, but the worship of knowledge as an ideal remains. Wow, I had no idea about the origins. They never told me. Neither did I when I joined. This is a new story whispered to me by the serpent in my dreams. Wait, what? Draw the lines and connect the dots, jailer. The serpent is real. She is the spirit of the library, and in a ritual circle over an intersection of ley lines in the Amazon rainforest, I spoke to her. And you heard stories. And I heard stories of her singing the library into reality at the beginning of creation, of her molding its halls and then retiring to slumber under its foundations in exhaustion, of patrons wandering down and speaking to her, even now. Wow. And of these stories utterly unrelated to her. Do any of these stories help me? Heroes of old figuring out to stop the library when it goes insane and out of control, bent on destruction. The library is not supposed to kill or invade. It's beyond all that. It's neutral to a fault. I just don't understand why this is happening. No stories like that, jailer. I'm sorry, but that's not how this story ends. Endings are mutable. Oh no, that's not true. Endings are set in stone. But endings don't matter anyway. How's that? To any observer, your story ended when you betrayed the library and came to the Foundation. But it didn't. You didn't stop existing. You just transitioned to a new narrative. One where you were the director of Site-19. That's not a narrative. It's my goddamn life. I never finished my story, did I? The little girl read and read and read until one day she realized she had already solved her problem. Of course, they all ended, but she moved on to the next story. There are always more stories. No point in lamenting what was inevitable when she can move on. I only wish it ran like that in real life. Yes, all the stories I see with the Foundation staring down the end of the world. You have the book burners by their side. I suppose there's something to say there. Rivals allying themselves against a threat greater than either could imagine. Smoking ash, a fusillade of fire against a wall of trees. Wait, a fusillade? How did you go? Now. Addendum 6000.6 GOC Inclusion. Per SCP-6000-A's statement, a vote was held on whether to declassify details of SCP-6000, the surrounding situation, and Project Fusillade to license of the United Nations Global Occult Coalition in exchange for assistance in containing or terminating the anomaly. Council vote summary. The status was approved. Diplomatic agents were deployed to the GOC's operating headquarters in Germany for a prearranged meeting with material regarding the current status of SCP-6000 and associated subjects. Upon deliberation, GOC officials inked a statement indicating interest in expanding Project Fusillade to a joint venture. Within the following days, GOC Physics, Psyche, and Ptolemy Division personnel were transported to Facility 57 to aid in research and containment of SCP-6000, which had grown to 2 kilometers across. Due to the unprecedented failure of Fire Team Chicago, both the O5 Council and GOC Command authorized a mission for GOC Strike Team 9842, probable cause, to perform a rapid surgical strike to attempt to gain access to the Wanderer's Library and ascertain the situation from the inside. GOC Strike Team 9842, probable cause, codename Harbor, Agent Adam Macmillan and Director Moose advising from command. Begin log. Moving through the forest. Copy that. This place is fucked up, command. All the trees are stripped and filled with books. They're empty, too. Just letter-bound blank pages. Take a sample? Negative. Harbor, get in, get out as soon as possible. Roger. Contact. Clear? Clear. What the fuck was that command? It looked like a librarian, Class D, ERKTD. Sorry, not used to Gawk slang. Roger. No worries. Skipper, let's move. Coming up on the T now. Holy shit, it's huge. Estimate, Harbor? Gotta be 3.5 clicks minimum. Roger. Any entities in sight? Negative. Moving. We're in. You read? Yep. Remember. See if you can find anything or anyone that looks like it could answer some questions. Roger. Going quiet. Got something. Odd. Taking it. Roger. No, you are not. Who said that? Why are you here? Do not lie to me. Fuck. Harbor, come in. We're following orders. No, why are you here? I don't know. Because you want to see what the other side of the fate was like. Don't worry. Curiosity is a virtue. Once I saw a patron here, desperately consumed with questions about the logic of the library. I want to know how infinity worked. How it was possible that the library could truly be infinite. Where did the space come from? From stories, of course. The library takes finished stories into its shelves and takes finished words into itself, often one and the same. You are book burners, but you are pure of heart. Little children ordered around by men who hate what's going to happen to their story. You're welcome here, all of you. You survived for a reason, both of you. After Harbor's signal cut out, SCP-6000 exhibited a rapid growth pattern, growing to nearly 3 kilometers in a matter of 2 hours. Foundation depot solutions began being considered. Addendum 6000.7 Veil Failure. Following Operation Harbor, several radio signals began broadcasting from SCP-6000 and always found during Operation Black Star at various frequencies. The message contained therein was simply the same hissing feminine voice repeating the exact coordinates of SCP-6000's epicenter and the phrase, "The garden is the serpent's place." Within hours, the larger global community had discovered the signal and it began to quickly accrue attention online and through the media despite significant Foundation efforts to impede its discussion. You guys seen the pictures coming out of Brazil? MSM's probably going to get a hold of it by tomorrow and suppress the story, but it's insane. I have no clue what the hell's going on in the Amazon, but the pictures make it look like some sort of oil slick. It's kind of beautiful. The Amazon Anomaly. Yep, it turns out I'm not nuts. My friends have been hearing it on their car radios and HAMs too. A woman's voice, sort of nasally, repeating numbers, coordinates, I think, and the words, "The garden is the serpent's place." Sounds biblical, maybe a passphrase of some sorts. Now, here's a kicker. If you look on Google Earth or anything for the coordinates, everything's fine. It doesn't show anything out of the ordinary, but if you use a backdoor to get into wildlife observation cameras scattered around, the cameras went offline immediately after, but I managed to save this image. Starting to think I could go down there. This could be big. Brazil under lockdown. Containment efforts simply contributed to the individual's belief of a conspiracy and eventually resulted in several individuals attempting to reach the exclusion zone on foot over the following weeks. While individuals were amnesticized, the larger movement surrounding SCP-6000 continued and is continuing to grow. The knowledge of SCP-6000's presence in a global community seemed to rapidly accelerate its growth. In the following hours, it expanded to nearly 6 kilometers across, with no signs of stopping. GOC tactical nuclear solutions are being considered. In addition, on January 21st, Agent Macmillan failed to appear to several full-slide briefings and meetings. A search of his quarters at Facility 57 revealed a thaumaturgic ritual circle drawn into the floor. Surveillance camera footage displayed him spending an hour the night before crafting the circle before performing a ritual of unclear purpose and disappearing from his quarters at 7:55 a.m. local time. Surveillance footage from the exclusion zone showed a sudden burst of light at the same time, and a glimpse of Agent Macmillan moving through the foliage, presumably into SCP-6000. The following note was left in his quarters in a sealed envelope addressed to Dr. Moose. Sorry, Tilly. I used to spend weeks in the library's shelves perusing everything I could come across. It was otherworldly in the most literal sense of the word. I'm sure you understand the feeling. The difference is that you couldn't go in. You made the choice between the library and Foundation. When I first entered, it was just a mission. I experienced something amazing. Something well beyond what I thought was ever possible. I thought it was a damn shame that we looked at something so magnificent and only worried about how it might hurt us. I can see now that's not the case. The librarians are only hurting the people that try to stop the expansion. I have no intention of doing that. This is the end of the story, not the one where we somehow come up with a silver bullet to fix everything. The only thing I can do is change how I feel about it. I just want to sit in the shelves and see the false stars again. I think this is my happy ending. Jesus, you knew, didn't you? How the story would end, of course, I've been telling you that. What? I told you right at the start, this isn't that kind of story. You don't find a silver bullet to fix everything, jailer. That's not how it goes. No, I'm not going to roll over and die. I don't know why I'm even talking to you. You set 4 good men to their deaths. No, I didn't. No one has died, jailer. Weren't you listening to the serpent? What did you say? You already knew in your heart. Who else could it have been? Adam, I don't know. He abandoned the rest of us. No, he didn't. I tire of telling you things you should already know. Then tell me something I don't know. Explain everything to me. I wish I could. Explain it to you would be like, don't scream into your book when the characters frustrate you. You can't do anything. You have to watch it play out. So what? This is just entertainment to you? No, stories aren't always entertainment. When I communed with the serpent in search of knowledge, knowledge was what I received. Just in the form of stories. All the stories, even story that I could remember. The GOC's story, Adam's story, your story. Then tell me how it ends. Tell me so I can know I did everything I possibly could to stop it. You already know, Moose. Denial fixes nothing. I learned it as a little girl, and you learn it now. You don't get to pick your ending. You only get to choose how you take it. So the girl was you then. Yes, even I didn't realize until now. The memories have come back. I came to that ritual wanting to know how my story ended, and I learned how this world's story ended. Luckily for me, they were one and the same. Stories are bullshit. Stories are all there is. This one ends with 2 people sitting in a room, talking, and then they vanish into thin air. Sobering. In a sense, you should be flattered. Why in the world would I be flattered? You left the library on your terms, and you won't admit it to anyone. But I see it written on your face. You want to see it again. Like hell I do. It's wondrous, but everyone talks about it like paradise. It screwed me long before I screwed it. Bitterness gets you nowhere. That's true. I have work to do. Rot, then. Addendum 6000.8 Ongoing Containment Attempts. With the unprecedented failure of the Veil Protocol and the ensuing response by NX-001, the entire Amazon basin has been quarantined and placed in Foundation GOC jurisdiction under Project Palisade. SCP-6000 has now expanded to 13 kilometers in length, and its rate of growth has increased. At the moment, plans are being drafted for a BM-class Broken Masquerade scenario. Project Fusillade, SCP Foundation, Global Occult Coalition, Joint Clearance File, Passcode, The Garden is the Serpent's Place. Level 1, 6000 Classified. Item Number, SCP-6000. Object Class, Apollyon. SCP-6000 Aerial Shot. Special Containment Procedures. Containment of SCP-6000 has failed. All Foundation Fusillade personnel left on Earth should report to their site's HMCL supervisor to receive further instructions. Description: SCP-6000 is the section of the Earth that has been transformed into a section of the extra-dimensional location known as the Wanderer's Library. Currently, SCP-6000 covers the entirety of the Western Hemisphere and is increasing in size. SCP-6000's transformation began in the Amazon basin in South America and continued across the entire hemisphere in the following weeks, despite joint Foundation GOC efforts under the Project Fusillade banner to impede its progress. All population centers, Foundation, GOC, and Fusillade sites inside SCP-6000 are considered lost. The Veil Protocol is to be disregarded. Currently, containment of SCP-6000 involves evacuating Fusillade personnel to designated extra-dimensional backup sites. SCP-6000 covers 58% of the Earth's surface and is actively growing. Projections indicate it will cover the entire planet within 2 and 2.5 weeks. Addendum 6000.1 Final Log. The following was the final audio log recorded and broadcast from Facility 57 before it was completely subsumed into SCP-6000. While it was believed all personnel and useful anomalies had been evacuated, investigation revealed that Director Moose had never boarded any of the evacuation choppers in the chaos. After this audio file's recording, both figures disappeared from Facility 57's biometric scanners. Seconds later, the facility was subsumed by SCP-6000. So, what happens now? What do you mean? We wait. What else is there to do? Nothing, I suppose. We wait. Then what are you worried about? I'm not sure. You really shouldn't worry, you know. And why is that? Leaving this world is not as scary as it sounds. I think you're understanding what's about to happen. What's about to happen, then? This is what always happens. This is natural. No, what to hell with that. There's nothing natural about this. The world is being eaten alive. We're sitting and watching the apocalypse and we can't do anything about it. Do you think there's going to be anything after this? I don't believe in God, if that's what you're asking. Anyone who works at the Foundation and still believes in God has more faith than the Pope. That's not what I'm asking. What do you think is going to happen after the wave covers the world? There's just going to be nothing? Of course, it's subsuming the world, replacing it. That's where you're wrong. What? I don't understand, Director. You know, on a logical level, that the sun is going to burn out one day. You go through every day of your life, through the motions, knowing that there is a shelf life on the universe. There is always an ending. Yeah, but those are natural? The slow, agonizing heat death of the universe, so watching every star go dark one by one as they no longer find themselves capable of exploding into existence? What makes that more natural than this? This has always been the Foundation's fatal flaw, an inability to adapt and survive. That changes nothing. It changes everything, Tilda. We all live and work knowing nothing goes on forever. And don't let knowing there is an end ruin the story for us. And here's the part that matters. There are always more stories. I don't understand. The library is all stories. Where there was once one story about a Foundation and their valiant stand down with the end of the world, there will be 1,000 million new stories and 1,000 million new worlds inside them. The library doesn't just connect all worlds, it is all worlds. Every world a story, every story a world, and everything that matters. So it's not out of control. This is the end of the story and we're becoming part of the library. I suppose you could put it that way. Didn't you want to visit the library again? You seemed like you missed it. Agent Macmillan certainly did. Now come on, unlock these handcuffs. You don't want to miss the end of the world, do you? What? So, what? Nothing I or Adam or anyone could have done would have been stopped it? It was pointless? The point was, the same thing that it's ever been. To make new stories where there was once nothing. Be happy, Tilda. Your story is going to be remembered forever. SCP-6000-A smiled a snake-like laugh and waggled a finger at her through its handcuffs. Director, we've been over this. You don't get to pick the ending of the story. She looked down. But you do get to pick how you decide to take it. You can sit down and weep that the old stories you grew to love are gone, or you can smile and move on to the next shelf. She looked back up. They weren't in holding cell B918 anymore. They were standing between two gargantuan bookshelves that seemed to go on forever, before suddenly diverging into more bookshelves. Every space was filled with a spine of a different book. Massive tomes to paper-thin leaflets. There were people of all shapes and sizes in robes sitting here and there, perusing the collection. The sky was a black void dotted with constellations. She can smell the scent of fresh paper. Welcome home, jailer. SCP-6000-A was gone. His place was a young Asian woman, maybe 5 feet tall, with the tattoo of a snake wrapped around a wrist on her face. She found her voice again. How? I've been telling you, the library is the end of your story, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing, because you get to move on to the next story. She gestured around here and a few of the other patrons looked up. A few shrugged off their hoods. Adam? And Vasquez? And Kurtz? And Brandon? And Flores too. She even thought she saw some of the O5s in the crowd. The end isn't death, Tilly. You were stubbornly clinging to that idea for so long. There'll be new stories? More worlds with the Foundation? With me? Everything we fought for, everything we did. There already are, so... She reached over and pulled out a book with a soft gray cover. The front was embossed with SCP-6000 in ornate lettering. Get to reading. She looked around at an impossibly huge library. In the distance, she spotted that same giant insect that had greeted her when the fire team first went in, and waved a pincer at her. I think this is it. This is what? My happy ending. I remembered reading this article when the SCP-6000 contest was, open. As soon as I saw the title of it, I was like, yep, this is definitely special. So I decided that I would probably read it last. This isn't actually my first time reading it. I actually read it. This is actually my second time reading it, and honestly, when I read it at first, it was pretty good, but now it's really good. Holy shit. Also, holy fuck, this is so far the longest video I have ever done, and I'm not even halfway. And the next SCP-6000 contest entry, it's gonna take even longer. You see, well, enough talk about the next one. Let me present to you the next SCP-6000 contest entry, the runner-up, the Demon Hector and Dread Titania. I'd also recommend reading the following entries before listening to this. Or, you know what, you could just read the entire thing yourself. I have everything here in the description. With that all of the way, let's begin. Project Paragon, SCP Foundation Department of Antediluvian Research. Commissioned by 057 after the discovery of SCP-4840, Project Paragon's primary objective is the study and containment, if possible, of emerging anomalous activity that has until recently been masked to public view by a thaumaturgical phenomenon originating from the flying city of Adapolis. There we go, I did it. Information gathered from SCP-4840-A revealed the existence of an antediluvian society of human beings, along with other species which far predate anything found within the currently understood fossil record. Of primary interest to Project Paragon and Overwatch Command is the existence of 4 primeval entities, the demons, the higher Lancelot, Hector, and Ogier, as well as 3 profanities, currently classified under SCP-4812. All 7 entities have remained dormant until the exhumation of the Eros entity by the Global Occult Coalition Task Force Omni-045. This Eros entity is believed to be connected to both the Strange and Lonely Woods, and another ancient society of humans, which is believed to have existed concurrently with the Daevite civilization many hundreds of thousands of years ago. The following document is Level 5 classified. Item number SCP-6666. Object Class Famule. Disruption Class Eki. Risk Class Critical. The assigned site is Paragon SAFOS. The site director is Director Shannon Lancaster. Research Head, Dr. Osmond Isles. Assigned Task Force, the Lance of Longinus. Special Containment Procedures. The containment of SCP-6066 as well as SCP-2254, SCP-4812, and SCP-4840 are under the express supervision of Project Paragon and Applied Task Force Lance of Longinus. Due to the potential eschatological ramifications of SCP-6666, special precautions must be taken to ensure SCP-6666 is not exposed to other entities contained by Project Paragon. The Paragon South American Forward Operating Site, SAFOS, has been erected around the access shaft leading to SCP-6666. Under no circumstances are unauthorized personnel to be permitted access to SAFOS, and lethal force has been authorized against any personnel or groups who would attempt to breach the 1-kilometer exclusion zone surrounding SCP-6666. Periodically, fire teams must enter the super exclusion area immediately surrounding SCP-6666 and use incendiary devices to slow the advance of SCP-6666's root structure. Personnel involved in these fire teams are allowed only 15 minutes of sustained exposure to the SCP-6666 root system. Any personnel directly observing SCP-6666 must do so from an aerial vehicle or from observation towers Alpha, Bravo, or Charlie. Tower Delta is for aerial vehicle launch only. Containment Memorandum. No personnel are permitted to come within 1 kilometer of SCP-6666 at any time. All observation of SCP-6666-A must be done remotely. Paragon SAFO's primary points of contact. Director Sophia Light, Director, Western Regional Command. Director Kane Paphos Crow. Director, Foundation Technology. Director, Shannon Lancaster. Project Director, Paragon. Director, Corin Malthus. Director, Department of Antediluvian Research. Dr. Osmond Isles. Lead Researcher, SCP-6666. Commander Alexandra Freitas. Paragon, South American Forward Operating Site Chief. Commander Cecilia A. Stray. Commander of the Lance of Longinus. Description: SCP-6666 is a colossal botanic entity located near these coordinates in the Amazon rainforest. SCP-6666 is comprised of a wide trunk and many thousands of arching branches reaching away from the center mass like a tree. No, SCP-6666 does not closely resemble any known species of similar biological structures. SCP-6666's trunk is roughly 380 meters in diameter, and the entire structure reaches a height of nearly 9.2 kilometers. SCP-6666 shows no signs of life at a cellular level. SCP-6666 is inverted, suspended by its considerable root system from the top of a massive lithospheric void in the crust of the Earth. This space, which extends at a full 52 kilometers at its widest point and extends down to nearly 43 kilometers at its presumed deepest point, the terminal zero point, appears to have formed naturally between 450 and 560 million years ago. The walls of the cavern are covered almost entirely in the aforementioned roots of SCP-6666, leading researchers to believe that SCP-6666's root structure at one point extended down into the earth as opposed to up from it, as it does now. The floor of the cavern is covered in a 200-meter thick cloud of toxic fog, which flows from a jagged opening on the side of SCP-6666. The composition of this fog is unknown. Living creatures who breathe this substance suffer near immediately loss of neurological function, and spectrographic analysis of the substance has been inconclusive. While SCP-6666's old growth roots are stationary, and despite the fact that SCP-6666 is biologically inert, sections of new growth are mobile and hostile. Roots that appear above ground will attempt to pull anything nearby them, man, animal, machine, or otherwise, into the cavern below through the soil. This effect can be temporarily mitigated by ceasing movement entirely. Personnel who find themselves closed within a section of this root system can quickly lie down and stay as still as possible until fire teams arrive to push the roots back. However, due to a rapid rate at which these roots grow, it is likely that a person attempting to avoid being seized by the root system could unintentionally find themselves swallowed and suffocated by the massive roots growing over them if they are not reached by fire teams quickly enough. SCP-6000 is accessible via a large cylindrical stone access shaft located roughly 7.5 kilometers from the inverted base of the entity. A stairway is built into the side of the shaft, though it extends just below the lip of the cavern ceiling in a manner indicating that it was originally extended beyond that point. Radar scans of the bottom of the cavern indicate that the majority floor of the cavern is covered by a vast forest of tall, thick, dark trees. Surrounding the eastern edge of the forest, and particularly climbing up the walls of the cavern, is an extensive network of ancient ruins that are partially covered by the toxic fog. SCP-6066-A is a vaguely humanoid entity partially emerging from the jagged opening in the side of SCP-6066. The entity is believed to be roughly 23 meters in height, with 6 arms and 6 eyes set in 2 columns of 3 each. The entity appears to have numerous scars and burns across its skin. One of its 6 arms is significantly larger than the other 5, and is at least partially fused at the wrist with a large iron spear, roughly 18 meters in length, which appears to have been used as a leverage to pierce and open the side of SCP-6066. SCP-6066-A has no ears, no nose, or mouth, but is capable of speech, vocalizing in a currently unknown language. SCP-6066-A will respond to stimuli, though it rarely becomes distracted from its apparent state of permanent torment. SCP-6066-A seems to be capable of a localized biological regeneration, in a constant flux between the ambient destruction of its body as a result of exposure to the open cavity of SCP-6066 and its own reconstruction. While SCP-6066-A has responded to Foundation-provided stimuli, it has thus far not attempted to communicate with any Foundation personnel or vehicles. It is unknown if SCP-6066-A is even aware that it is being communicated with. SCP-6066-A is, according to the information gathered from interviews with SCP-4840-A, the Demon Hector, one of the 4 primeval entities originating from a long-since lost near-human civilization. SCP-6066-A, as well as SCP-4840-B, SCP-2254, and a yet undiscovered 4th entity are potentially millions of years old, if not older. SCP-6666-A as well as SCP-6666 itself predate all known human civilizations and possibly the existence of much of the Earth itself. The 4 entities known colloquially as the Primeval Demons, SCP-2254, SCP-4840-B, and SCP-6666-A were, according to SCP-4840-A, formerly warriors in service to the king of a major prehistoric society that were altered by thaumaturgic means into the vaguely humanoid entities known to the Foundation currently. Each was affected by a curse placed on them by another prehistoric entity of some thaumaturgical power, and were compelled to complete a specific task that would ostensibly lead to some kind of devastation affecting mankind as a whole. It is believed these demons were active over many years after the end of the kingdom in which they served, but were eventually affected by SCP-4840-A, who has been for seemingly hundreds of thousands of years kept many ancient locations and entities hidden from the public perception. The stress of this effort has weakened SCP-4840-A considerably, causing many of the entities in question to become perceptible once again. Of the 4 entities, SCP-2254 was discovered first, though it was not known at the time of discovery that the entity was related in any way to any other extant anomalous entities. Addendum 6666.1 Discovery. Prehistoric information related to SCP-6066 is extremely scarce. Information gathered from several sources indicate that numerous populaces of humans existed in and around the SCP-6066 access point, but literal remains of the artifacts that would tie specific groups to the area. In his proposal to the Project Paragon senior leadership detailing the Foundation's current understanding of these groups, senior researcher Dr. Osman Isles described his team's findings as such. The existence of SCP-4008, the Wormwood anomaly, has cast doubt on everything we know about our history. As a weapon developed by a prehistorical SCP-1000 civilization, the wormwood was capable of swallowing entire ethnic groups, their cities, their histories, and more, essentially erasing these civilizations from the historical record. Our study of the SCP-4008 anomaly continued to point back towards a source, a historical black hole, something that we could not find even a buried trace of. The Amazon is not known for being kind to the records of those who had lived there. The soil and humidity grind stone and bone to dust. But in one place more than anywhere else, we saw nothing. No trace of human civilization. No records of human habitation. Nothing. And it's in this black hole that we knew we could find it. The root from which the wormwood grows. Atlas, the effort that predates Paragon, began mapping these forests 40 years ago, starting with the very edge of what we know and spiraling inward. Lost in the darkness beneath that canopy was a vacuum, one that pulled us towards it with unyielding force. Each meter of land we found absent of any trace of humans was another breadcrumb towards the open door of what we eventually found, the dark hole in the middle of history. We have puzzled over what tree could bear the fruit of the wormwood, and now we know it was a dead one. Formal containment of SCP-6000 began with the creation of Project Paragon. After information gathered by the now defunct Operation Atlas, as well as information taken from SCP-4840 and 4840-A, led to the discovery of the vertical access shaft into the void containing SCP-6066. Addendum 6666.2 Paragon Leadership Meeting Transcript 1. The following is an excerpt from a recorded meeting of Project Paragon. Director Shannon Lancaster, Director of Antediluvian Research, Director Corin Malthus, and CFO's Chief of Staff Alexandro Freitas, held on April 23rd, 2019. In attendance, Paragon Director Shannon Lancaster, Department of Antediluvian Research Director Corin Malthus, CFO's Chief Alexandro Freitas. I wanted to thank you in advance about being on top of our perimeter issue. Don't feel the need to have to contact my office if we need to do it again. The situation necessitated it. It's getting harder to push the growth back. We're cycling day and night shifts and it's helping, but only barely. How long do you expect before we'll need to move it again? Rough guess, 2 weeks? That's not great. What about our alternate access proposal? On hold for the moment. All of our test sites have gotten bogged down almost immediately. It's a web of roots down there, and they're tough. You'd be able to convince me they were made of stone. Right, we'll reassess that once we have Crow and his team on site. Sorry to keep you waiting, Corin. You're fine. I got a chance to read your report. What do you think? In general, everything below that pit is old. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions. We've only had drones in there a short time, but the mapping we've done so far has been really something. What about the floor level beneath the cloud? Hard to say. What we've got so far has been snippets and grainy radar returned for the structures around the outside. None of it is telling, but something else you might find interesting. None of it is in South American. What do you mean? You know how we had been talking about looking for the missing civilizations out there? When we first got down there, our first guesses were that we would find them under that haze, but none of what we've seen even remotely matches anything built by human hands in the last 10,000 years. Whatever it is, it predates humanity as we currently understand it. As for whatever is in that forest, your guess is as good as mine. That's a start. Where do you think we go next? We need to gather more information. Building our viewing decks and staring at that thing all day isn't going to make it sprout answers. There's something going on down there, and we need more resources if we want to figure it out. Where do you want to start? The SCP-1000 file would be great. Are you familiar with SCP-2932? Adjacently, why do you ask? Alexandro can probably tell you more. I think Safo scrapped a bunch of stuff from there a while back. Long short of it is that there's some entity there who says that SCP-1000, the Children of the Night, or Bigfoot as it were, they use that place as a prison. I don't have clearance to know what all they've got locked up, but I do know that the magical core that keeps the lights on over there is this big red gem. The gremlin running around in there says it's in the heart of Titania, a goddess who pulled out her own heart to keep the Children of the Night safe. And I know this goes against everything we were taught as researchers. I've read enough Shakespeare to know that Titania isn't a Bigfoot god, it's a fairy god. You're not wrong. What about the tree? What do you know about it? It's dead. It's been dead for a long time by the looks of it. Everything about it looks dead, even at a cellular level, which would probably surprise our friends in Het 1 or anyone else that has ever gotten caught up in those roots and pulled into the ground. There's no biological activity happening anywhere we've taken the samples, but that smoke has got to be coming from somewhere, and the roots are still mobile, so your guess is as good as mine. Tell me more about the smoke. Well, sorry, it's not smoke, even though it looks like it. It's more like a really fine pollen. The reason we're having so much trouble with it is that it's a really potent neurotoxin. Any of it, even a speck, gets on you, in you, wherever, your entire nervous system starts shutting down in seconds. We don't have a way to bring people back from long-term CNS depression, and while we've been got pressurized suits that could potentially get our people in there, even the slightest exposure could be fatal if not treated immediately. We're still conducting materials testing to see if we can get through the poly shells on our insertion suits. But you think we can get boots on the ground? We're working on the logistics right now. Director Malthus has been insistent that we won't really know the full story until we can get through that cloud. Understand. What about in the meantime? Is there anything in there we can get into? I'm working on it. Once we get the immediate area mapped, I should be able to come up with something. Those roots have been pulling stuff from all over this area down into the ground for what looks like ages. We'll get some clues there. Keeping me in the loop there, Director Malthus. I can request a clearance you're looking for. What else do you need? We need it to bring in someone from the SCP team. Corin, you know we can't do that. I know you think we can do that. I don't know what else to tell you, Director. There's a limit to what I can come up with. There isn't just a written history for any of this. They got lucky with whenever they come up with over in Europe, is that somebody had written something down about it. But out here, first thing I count is the best we've got. We need to talk to one of these things. Get whatever we can out of them. They're going to know more about what happened here than what we've got right now. Dust and best guesses. If it were up to me, we would have interviewed a dozen fairies by now, but I don't have the resources to make that happen. Fine, I'll work on it. Anything else? We need to talk to Kane. You're joking. Kane? I'm not. Abel isn't very talkative, and Seth has been sitting on his rock for the last few million years. We need someone who has first-hand accounts of things that occurred before human beings were even considered writing down their history. And there's only one person we know of who was both alive at the time and has a photographic memory. Alright, I'll work on that too. Is that all? One more thing you probably need to know. The agents we've had stationed in our observation platforms have been coming back with some mild psychological symptoms recently. General uncertainty, unease. A few have had trouble sleeping. Dr. Reese wanted to know about staff rotations the other day. We probably need to move ahead with the next personnel deployment. Let's do that. Director Crow will be coming on site next week. We need to make sure we're on top of things here. Fair enough? I'll make sure we have all of our ducks in a row for when the director gets here. We'll take care of the personnel issue as well, Director. Thank you. Both of you keep me updated. Addendum 6666.3 SCP Entity Interview. Notice, certain elements of this interview may be redacted or altered per Protocol 4000 SCP. The following is an interview with an honored and feathered representative within the Old Forest. The interview was conducted by Dr. Park Dae-sung during the mandated yearly observance of Order 054,000 F-26. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me. I won't keep you very long. Of course. It is no trouble, not for me. Not often do I get many travelers this far off the road. This is a pleasant surprise. Can I make you some tea? How about some tobacco? We don't get much here, you know, but I have something of a stash saved up for just an occasion. No, thank you. Unfortunately, today is strictly business. Very well, suit yourself. More for me. Now, what can I do for you? Some time ago, agents of ours discovered a strange structure deep in a massive forest in the south. It had long since been abandoned, but we believe it is some kind of prison. Some of the markings there were similar to those we found in this place. Are you familiar? The avian interviewee readjusts nervously. Oh, well, yeah. We always heard stories, you know. I never saw it for myself, but you heard stories. High walls of stinking black stone, screaming. I imagine it would be mostly reduced to rubble by now, though it has been quite some time. Who were the children of the night? The winged collaborator's eyes grew wide. They stand suddenly and moved close to the blinds over a nearby window. Forgive me if I have spoken out of turn. No, you did nothing wrong. Just not something spoken of, really. At least not in a pleasant company. What were they? Well, at first they were like you and like us. Children, like we all were. They woke up in the forest like we did, but not in the treetops. Up there we could see the stars, but down below, the children of the night were in almost total darkness. They stayed down there. We figured they just preferred it that way. Where did they come from? I can't really say. It really was a long time ago, but there are probably some here who might know more or better. I tried to stay out of it. I had to shop in the old white city on the coast back in the before times. They were in the dark forests in the south, but you heard stories. They've got an artifact hung up in that prison. The jailer there calls it the Heart of Titania. Do you know anything about... The calm and flightless friend gasps slightly, then reaches into a pocket and produces a locket. They stared at it briefly. What can you tell me about this Titania? He called her Aya. The sleeper in the stars. On a dark night, they said you could feel her breathing over the whole world. She was a god of starlight, more wonderful than anything that walked the earth. The beak companion puts away to lock it. We loved Titania more than any other, even more than Gaia herself. She was so beautiful. The entity in this prison, it calls itself Caspian. You know anything about this entity? They shudder. Yes, Caspian the Dreamweaver is what he was called. Caspian was an artist once. He could tell stories in dreams and bring the dreams themselves to life. When he came for him, he begged him for his life and his name, and the Night Stalkers let him keep both. Night Stalkers? You mean the children of the night? Or would they have come for him? The children of the night were curious creatures. They sat under the pitch dark of the tall trees in their wide circles and would hum these sad little songs together, swaying in unison. We, in our arrogance, I suppose, we didn't see them any more than what we wanted to see. Sad little ground dwellers, cleaning up the scraps and slinking around the darkness beneath the canopy. And they sang their miserable little songs to the plants. We didn't care to see the plants begin to bend to the song. We didn't want to see the bodies hung in the branches, so we didn't see them. First it was travelers who started going missing, and then our own. We had ignored them for so long. By the time we started paying them any attention, they had turned foul. And what about Caspian? He was afraid, I believe. They came for him and took him down into the dark and made him teach them things. Terrible things. They were curious, the children of the night. And over time, that curiosity took... excuse me, I'm sorry. It's alright, I didn't mean to push. No, it's quite alright. Nobody here really talked about it anymore, and so much gets lost to time. Their curiosity was like our own at first, but while we wondered with delight at the stars in the sky, the children of the night only had the dark to comfort them, and over time their curiosities took a cruel turn. They weren't able to dream, not like you or I, but they wanted to. So they took Caspian the Dreamweaver into the dark and forced him to teach them how. But they couldn't, you understand. They weren't like us. So when Caspian tried to teach them, whatever he saw there in the dark, whatever horror they had come to know while they were singing their queer little songs, I cannot imagine. When afterwards they asked him to betray us, he did so without question. As the betrayal, they wanted to make a wish. He led them to Titania and let them make their wish. They say that when the Night Stalkers came, they came in long rows, single file, shuffling silently through the dark woods. They found our blessed Titania exactly where he had told them she would be, and with his help they made their wish. Well, what was the wish? We can conclude if you like. I think that's for the best. I'm sorry, it's just unforgivable. Oh, what did we do to you? Autopophadopolis SCP-4840 is, according to information gathered from SCP-4840-A, the first city built by human beings on Earth. Carbon dating of the complex has been inconclusive, though evidence suggests that the structure does in fact predate any known human civilizations and possibly most of known geological history. According to SCP-4840-A, the hierarchical makeup of Autopophadopolis appears to have been centered solely around a single figure, a male humanoid of absolute authority called SM, or Adam L. SM. This figure, whose existence is not elsewhere confirmed but suggested, is referred to in parallel texts as the first man, first human, or first king of men, and is believed to have inspired Abrahamic accounts of a similar proto-human. It is not known what became of this individual, though. SCP-4840 is believed to have begun falling into disarray shortly after their disappearance. It is not known when this event took place. Both 4840-A and SCP-073 acknowledge kinship with this entity. SCP-076 has not confirmed any knowledge of the entity whatsoever. None of these free individuals have expressed a willingness or capability to divulge any additional information regarding the entity. Addendum 6666.4 SCP-073 Interview. The following is an interview with SCP-073. The interview was conducted by SCP-F Western Regional Command Director Sophia Light. Director Light, what a surprise this is. Here I had thought you didn't have sufficient time for a little class freeze like me anymore. Cheeky, Kane, but it's Sophia. Please. Director Light was my father. Very well, Sophia. This is an unusual saying for the two of us. What is the occasion? Are you familiar with Project Paragon? Oh, only what they tell me, which is little. In this case, very hush-hush. As many secrets as you've all had me keep, and still some you choose to squirrel away. Aye, you know how it goes. Anyway, we've been following some anomalous activity over the last few years that has begun to escalate, and I'm hoping you might be able to answer some questions I have about it. You know, it occurs to me, with the amount of anomalous activity you deal on with a day-to-day basis, after a while, wouldn't it just start to feel like activity? You can't imagine. Perhaps not, but I will strive to answer your questions as best as I can, though I fear for what inquiries you might have if you are forced to come to me to resolve them. I need to know what you know about the Children of the Night. The Children of the Night? I have not heard that name in a long time. That is an old secret, Sophia. How did you stumble over it? We've had them classified for a long time now. The few who remain, a short video of one seen in the United States is something of a fascination for amateur cryptozoologists. You know, we've got them on the books they've eluded capture up until now. Their motives and origins remain a mystery to us. It's like their entire history has been swallowed up. Yes, that was probably the point. Please go on. Where to begin? The Children of the Night. First of all, to be clear, I have never encountered them myself. They only came to my side of the world once, in the long ago, but I was otherwise occupied at the time. They came at the behest of their masters, looking for someone who had committed a terrible sin. The first sin, in fact. Is this related to the entity called SM? Director Light, you know more than you're letting on. I usually do. Continue. Yes, Adam L. SM was my father, and Lilith, our mother. SM was the first man, so technically speaking, we are all his children, but my brothers and I came first. I was the eldest, and then Abel, and then our youngest. Apologies, it's been some time. The sin that SM committed, yes, he took something from a place that he should not have gone, and in response, the Children of the Night came across the sea to bring them to justice for it. What happened to him? I can't say for certain. Assem had pulled a star from the sky and put it on his iron crown. And what happened afterwards? My family was not the same afterwards. I was driven out, Abel was killed, and our youngest brother disappeared. His kingdom was abandoned save for Assem, and all I ever heard was that the Children of the Night came for him, and one day left he was gone. Why are they called the Children of the Night? In contrast to us, I imagine, we, humanity as a whole, were born under the brilliant sun of my father. We were different then, radiant beings, still aglow in that magnificent light. We have been reduced slightly since our separation from it. But we are still now what we were then, even if we, as a whole, don't enjoy the same long life we once did. So we were the children of the sun. Was everyone in Autopolis a child of the sun? What did you say? Autopolis. You're familiar with it? That city. I know you thought it would perhaps surprise me to learn that you know of it all. And it has, but no, they weren't all like us. Other beings were there as well, greater and more terrible than I by far, but none greater or more magnificent than my father. It was under his protection that our people and the secrets there were kept safe. When he was gone, the city diminished, and those secrets became vulnerable. There were those who remained and worked diligently to find a way to protect them, and machinations in place to make sure they stayed hidden. But if they had been exposed again, yes, I see now why you have come to me. I'm not sure I understand. You must understand. The children of the night are not like you, or me, or even the fair folk across the sea. What do you mean? I know only what I've heard. Like I said, I wasn't present when much of this took place. They say that when the children of the night were first born, they had all the curiosity of children, and when the starlight of their masters was not sufficient to satisfy their curious desires, they found darker gods to pray to. Those gods demanded their pound of flesh in exchange for the powers required to fulfill the children of the night's desires, and that pound would come from the history of mankind. As they would swarm a civilization and pull it into the earth, all record of it would cease to be, and this would be their payment. You mentioned that before as well. Who were their masters? Well, it was the fairies who made them, or who wished for them, or so I'm told. The fairies worshipped Titania, the goddess of starlight and wishes, and when my father was beautiful and magnificent certainly, but a stray request by a child set a seed of envy in his heart, and his light was turned towards a singular desire, one that ended in the very first sin. That sin was so blasphemous to the fairies, they had no choice but to respond. So the fairies brought them into existence to kill your father? Perhaps, or perhaps to protect themselves. The children of the stars saw my father's light rising in the east, and prayed to Titania for salvation. I do not know what they prayed for, or what it cost them, but it was not too long after that voyagers began telling tales of tall figures huddled just beyond the dark tree line of those far shores. In time, they came for the world of men, but not before they turned on their masters as well. They are destroyers, and if they find prominence in this world again, they will not rest until they drag us back into the earth. They are not something you can simply kill with tanks and guns. They are a divine aberration. What happened to them? You've heard of the Day of Flowers? Maybe not. As far away from the lands of men then, but every flower on the planet bloomed at once, and then the rains began to fall. Once the flood waters had settled, years later there was little left, and the children of the night were gone. This is a lot to take in, but it's valuable information. Thank you. I wish I had more to offer, but alas, my absence throughout much of that ancient history of man puts me at a distinct disadvantage here. I understand. How old are you, Kane? Sophia, honestly, I can't tell you. I have long since lost track. The years slip by and each lifetime becomes just another drop in an increasingly expansive ocean of memories. In ages past I had lived countless other lives by other names. In other places it is impossible to say. Will you go on forever? My longevity has persisted as a blessing from my father, but it will not last forever. The most I can hope to accomplish is to correct our wrongs such as they are, before I too slip quietly into the darkness. Well, if you think of anything else, please let me... Wait, pardon? Alright, this is going to sound like a long shot, but there may be someone else you can speak to. Who? There was this old sorcerer who served the ancient Davite house of Maladrog. I presume if you found Autopodopolis, you have no doubt uncovered some truths about the old kingdoms of mortal men. We have. Good. Methuselah was the name of the sorcerer, learned from a dying Deva queen how to prolong his life with blood magic. He's been poking around history ever since, appearing in places of power or near them. I don't know if he was ever welcome into the House of Apollyon, where the true secrets of the time would have been discussed. I don't doubt for a second that he would have attempted to hang around him, peddling his wares. He has delusions of grandeur, but he's certainly capable of some very real magic. Where do you think this person would be? I'm not certain. He would be very old by now, hundreds of thousands of years, certainly. I'm not sure what effect that would have on his mind, but he would have been there. He might know more about your children of the night. I see. Kane, your memory is photographic, isn't it? It is. Do you think you could remember this Methuselah if you saw his face? Of course. Is this him? It is. Where did you get that picture? If you can believe it, he's in another wing of the site. fortuitous for you, Sophia. Yes, I would talk to that man if I were you. He's not quite as old as I am, but he was present for things I was not. His insight should be invaluable to you. It is probably worth asking you whether or not Abel would. I can stop you right there. My brother has suffered these many years. He is angry, as I am sure you well know, and would be wholly uninterested in questions of history, even if he had been there to witness them. But moreover, my brother has been confined to that sarcophagus for a long, long time. Even if he was willing to offer you insight, I do not think he would have any to give. Thank you, Kane. This has been very helpful. Think nothing of it, although, yes, if it is not too much to inquire, in Papadopoulos, you might have found a man, perhaps just one man, or even his remains. If you found this man, perhaps you could let me know. There was myself and Abel, but our youngest brother, it's been just such a long time, and I can't help but wonder if I could. I'm sorry, Kane. You know I wouldn't be able to do that, even if I wanted to. Yes, of course, I understand. I would have quite liked to have apologized to him, my brother, but we all have regrets, yes? Sir Winston J. Connington was born in 1752 to Horace Connington and Elizabeth Brownlee Harriman. From a young age, Connington professed an interest in geology and archaeology, eventually leading him to join the Royal Consortium of Geological Study at Oxford University in 1769. It is there he would meet the Right Honourable Lord Earl Skidder, a member of the Oxford Grave Society, who would finance Connington in his pursuit of ancient and occult artifacts. It was through these endeavors that Connington would make his first major breakthrough, a volcanic figure in the Austrian Alps that contained SCP-4812-E, the Venuv Inex, later determined to be one of the three profanities described in antediluvian texts. It was this discovery that led Connington and Lord Skidder investing a sizable sum of money into archaeological expedition to a site in modern Ukraine, where numerous artifacts were discovered. The items gathered by this expedition were eventually organized into a collection called the Connington Set, which would pass into various other wealthy collectors and occultists after Connington's death in 1797 from pneumonia. The set eventually found itself in the estate of Dutch art collector Marcus de Wees in 1936. After De Wees's death in 1948, the set was divided into three smaller collections, one of which was sold to Scott Carter in 1950, of which was part of a German historical exhibit at the Germanisches National Museum, before later being removed and sold to an unnamed private collector, and one which was auctioned and sold to a Foundation clearinghouse. Part of the collection that had been sold to Scott Carter was recovered by the Foundation with assistance from Carter's business partner, but the third division of the set has not reappeared since its sale in 1951. Addendum 6666.5, excerpt from the Journal of Winston J. Connington. The following is an excerpt taken from the Journal of Winston J. Connington, an 18th century English pararchaeologist and occultist who gathered a number of items and writings that reference antediluvian events or persons in a collection called the Connington Set. Additional excerpts from this document are available in Addendum 4812.1. The words of Gom, son of Nod, speak do I thus of these tales from the old world. Once there was a warrior fair and strong, with eyes of green and auburn hair. His laughter was like rolling waves, and his rage was like a thunderclap. He was loved far and wide, and those who beheld him marveled at his craftsmanship, saying, "Surely this is the one descended first from Sem, who lived in ages past." Beloved was he above all others, but more so by his king, the Lord of hosts and sovereign of the skies. In the king's time of greatest need, he called upon the warrior and his power, and the warrior answered by sword or until the king's enemies had been driven to dust, or his. In return for his service, the king offered his champion a single favor, saying thus, "For you, champion of champions, let my voice be clear. Heaven and earth are no boundary, nor life and death a barrier. Whatsoever you desire, it will be yours." And saith the warrior, "Lord of hosts, beloved among sovereigns, I beg only your service, that I may serve you from this day until the last days of men, and that I may give you my heart, without reservation, to keep in your presence until the sun goes out. Saith the king, so it shall be forevermore. You will serve me, most loyal and noble of knights. Your spear shall be my spear, and your voice shall be my voice. Your heart will be mine forever, and when your service has ended, you will rest at my side in the halls of my fathers. And then did that great warrior serve his king, though. It came then that the king, old though he had grown, set his sights for a final conquest across the sea. After did a sickness sweep over the knights of the king, and a profanity was put into them. Driven by madness and agony, one by one they cried out to dark and fell gods for comfort from their tribulation, and one by one they succumbed to the evil put in them. All that is but the great champion. He had given his heart to his king, and though his king now slept in the darkest mire of the sea, his loyalty did not waver. He came before the king's son, misshapen and altered, and cried out to him, saying, my Lord, save me, please. Take pity on my condition, in remembrance of the service I had given freely to your father and your house these many years. Free me from this wickedness, that I might serve you again. And did say the king's last son, Knight, loyally have you served my house, but this abomination you have become diminishes the noble halls of my father. While this sickness possesses you, you may not reside here in this sacred place, nor may you call yourself a warrior of my house. Turn from the evil god of our foe, and find a dark root from which his terror flowers. Cut it down, see its fell shepherds driven before you, and succumb not to these vile alterations. Do this, and the halls of my house will open to you again. If loyalty to my father you have left in your wretched heart, then waste no time. Go and seek your salvation in the black forest beyond the sea, where mine father did seal our doom. For no such salvation remains for us, but to excise this dread Titania from its soil. Do this and regain your honor. Cursing and lamenting this tragedy, the warrior fled from those high halls like a writhing beast, a hurricane of torment and terror. And the people of his lord's kingdom wept and gnashed their teeth when they saw what had become of him, who once stood by their king's side. The warrior passed then from sight and mind, and his name was never again uttered in that ancient land. When the king's son was broken by the tool of his enemy and fell into darkness, his crown lost, he cursed his foe and the knights of his father, but saved his vilest rebuke for that great champion of his house, and the darkness he had. Addendum 6666.6 Remote Reconnaissance Log. The following is a video transcript of an unmanned exploration attempt into the cavern below SCP-6000. The entity drone in question, a Foundation Issue 4.5 kilogram Mark 7 octocopter, codenamed Hero, had an 8-hour battery life and was capable at operating at distances of up to 23 kilometers. Hero was capable of operating autonomously outside of its control range using a modified artificially intelligent conscript module, or AIC, codenamed Valor. The Valor module is not itself considered sentient, but is capable of base-level problem-solving and crisis resolution, as well as more complex mission objectives. The Hero drone was also equipped with a small remote quadcopter, codenamed Champion, for insertion into areas Hero could not access due to its considerable size. Project Paragon, South American Forward Operating Site. Exploratory Vehicle Reconnaissance Log. Mark 7 drone Hero rests on the Delta Tower Observatory platform prior to liftoff. Engineers perform a pre-flight inspection of Hero prior to the start of the mission. After a short period of time, Hero is given a green light and lifts off from the platform. Turning north, Hero approaches SCP-6066. As Hero sensors fully come online, SCP-6066 is visible in center frame. As Hero closes on SCP-6066, a hull-mounted flood lamp activates. Hero continues approaching until SCP-6066 encompasses the entire frame, and then begins to ascend slightly. The distant sound of SCP-6666-A thrashing and roaring is audible over the din of Hero's rotors. After 20 minutes, SCP-6666-A comes into frame. The entity is trapped, halfway sunken into the flesh of SCP-6666. As it has done during every previous exploratory mission, SCP-6000-A ignores the drone completely, seemingly single-mindedly fixing on attempting to free itself from SCP-6066. Thick clouds of green smoke pour out from SCP-6066, which burn and blister SCP-6066-A's skin. The entity appears to be in immense pain and continues to attack SCP-6666 with a long metallic spear fixed to its uppermost right arm. After 30 minutes of observation, Hero begins to descend away from SCP-6066-A and SCP-6666. Camera tilts to observe the ground below, which is far out from the range of observation tower spotlights and in total darkness. Night vision cameras mounted on Hero return inconclusive footage. Hero activates several other hull-mounted spotlights as it continues to descend. Reaching its intended elevation, Hero turns east towards the closest wall of the cavern and proceeds forward. After another 21 minutes of flight, Hero moves out of range of its controller, and a Valor module takes over control of the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the north wall of the cavern comes into view. The surface consists mostly of rock and soil, with the large snaking roots of SCP-6066 covering considerable sections of the wall. Much of the wall is obscured by the green haze emanating from SCP-6066, but as Hero approaches, the smoke is blown away, and structures become visible in the darkness. Immediately in front of Hero is a large stone structure in a significant state of ruin. Rubble and debris cover the ground around the main structure, and two large cylindrical stone ruins, believed to have once been towers, lie a short distance away. The layout of the debris and the condition of the structure indicate that at some point, the entire building fell at a considerable distance and then came to rest, though not at such a speed as would obliterate the stone walls themselves. Hero turns towards the center of the cavern, and as the smoke begins to dissipate in the immediate area, additional structures appear. The ruins in the area around Hero are an unusual mix of buildings, monuments, equipment, and other items with no discernible single point of origin. Present are the ruins of a large stone religious structure bearing unusual symbolism on the exterior. Long wooden row houses with thatched roofs and strange fleshy membranes stretched tightly over large arc supports that appear to be bones. The ground is littered with scattered tools, cookware, carts, weapons, and papers. A light breeze picks up, and many of the items on the ground begin sliding down the rocky embankment towards the bottom of the cavern. Hero gains a small amount of altitude and follows the rocky slope further down. Below, broken and collapsed houses become visible, as do a crude storehouse and a collapsed grain mill. Despite the apparent age of much of the architecture, the ruins are in unusually good condition. Hero lowers itself enough to capture an image of a rolled piece of letter, with words written in black ink on its exterior. The text has clearly not faded. The drone turns east and begins tracking further down the slope and towards a more clear section of the land. Hero's infrared camera comes online and turns back towards the wall of the cavern, where it is now clear that the entire wall and slope of the cavern is covered with tens of thousands of buildings, as far as the eye can see. Many of these structures, including a nearby large stone statue of a headless stag, are intertwined with the roots of SCP-6066 and are being slowly pulled seemingly into the earth itself. As Hero passes over numerous other buildings, it passes one crumbled house and a lifeform identifier alarm activates. Valor takes Hero down closer to the house and lands, launching the Champion Light Recon quadcopter to further investigate the space. Champion leaves Hero and enters the collapsed house, carefully avoiding the falling debris. As Champion reaches the back of the building, which Hero could see through a partially collapsed roof, he observes the severely emaciated body of a small humanoid figure. The figure is curled into a fetal position, its face in its hands and its entire body turned into the corner. Champion runs thermal and electrochemical scans on the figure, which is clad simply in thin cloth dress, and determines the figure is fully deceased, showing no signs of life. Champion briefly assesses the remainder of the ruined building and then leaves through the open roof. Instead of returning to Hero, Champion enters several other nearby structures to assess their interiors. In a building that appears to have at one point held draft animals, Champion discovers the likewise emaciated corpses of several horses, many of whom are covered in large puncture wounds. The faces of the animals, distorted as they are by the condition of their bodies, are very clearly twisted in a look of fear or panic. At the back of the structure is the body of a single canine, its nails and paws worn down nearly to the bone, and desperate marks in the wooden cladding of the rear door to the structure. Champion leaves the structure and rejoins with Hero. Hero launches again and turns west, away from the rock wall of the cavern in the direction of SCP-6000. The lights of the observation towers are almost entirely blocked by the cloud above and around Hero. The drone follows the slope of the cavern down, passing numerous individual ruined structures, until it reaches a sharp line in the architectural wreckage where the ruins abruptly end. The rocky slope continues down, but no other structures are visible through the smog. Hero continues its approach until another lifeform identifier alarm activates. Hero's primary camera narrows in on another larger humanoid figure, sprawled on the rocky ground below. The figure is likewise emaciated and appears to have been crawling up the slope when it perished. As Hero settles over the figure and more of the smog is blown away by its rotors, additional alarms sound as Valor detects additional lifeforms. Hero's primary camera pounds around and sees dozens of other similar humanoid figures, face down on the slope and unmoving, but all appearing to have been attempting to crawl up it. As Hero moves over the additional corpses further down the slope, the full extent of the number of bodies is revealed. While onboard counting completed by Valor is hampered by the extremely low lighting and thick fog, Hero observes many hundreds of thousands of emaciated human corpses, all appearing to have been crawling away from something at the bottom of the slope. The corpses range in size from apparent children to full adults, with a mix of masculine and feminine features, as well as some animals and other indistinct lifeforms with both humanoid and animal characteristics. As Hero continues counting the corpses over the long, barren slope, Champion dismounts from its parent drone and approaches the figures. As it grows close, the condition of the bodies becomes clear. Each is covered in a fine layer of pale green residue from the cloud, and each displays signs that the figure were crawling or running away from something behind them, with self-defense injuries inflicted on those around them in what was seemingly a desperate attempt to flee. The faces of all those visible show signs of shock and panic, though many lay on the ground in the fetal position, covering their faces with their hands. Champion returns to Hero, who has counted approximately 283,824 bodies in an area roughly 0.87 kilometers squared. As Hero continues down the slope, the density of the corpses increases until the drone reaches the cavern floor, at which point the number and density of the bodies begins to thin out. Hero continues towards the center of the cavern, but is stopped by a proximity alarm. All external floodlights turn to face forward, where a line of towering dark trees, 100 meters tall, extend away from Hero in both directions, roughly 14 meters in front of the drone. The underlayer of trees, though shorter and thinner than the larger bodies, create a dense and seemingly impenetrable layer of plant life that Hero cannot enter. Champion once again launches from the back of Hero, rising slightly and carefully entering the forest. While Champion is itself equipped with powerful spotlights, the incredibly dense trees negate much of their usefulness. As Champion continues into the forest, Hero lands outside the tree line to conserve battery, which has fallen to 62%, as any dip below 55% would warrant an immediate return to base. Valor adjusts the mission plan to return to Delta Tower immediately after Champion finishes its reconnaissance. After 3 minutes navigating the dense forest, Champion reports an instrument error. Although the drone has not performed any unusual course corrections, it now believes it is flying inverted and moving laterally to the south at a rapid rate of speed. The drone attempts to correct its pitch, but strikes a tree and falls. A loud, high-pitched yowling sound is heard, and then Champion comes to a rest. Although its instruments continue to function, its primary camera is destroyed in the impact. Champion begins to chime its recovery tone, which is heard by Hero's onboard microphone. Over the course of the following 5 minutes, Hero continues to collect data as Champion's recovery tone continues to chime. 5 minutes and 16 seconds after impacting the ground, Champion's recovery chime begins to grow increasingly faint, as if moving away from Hero. However, the drone's onboard sensors report no movement whatsoever. This continues for an additional 8 minutes and 47 seconds, after which Champion's recovery chime can no longer be detected by Hero. Hero waits the predetermined 30 minutes for Champion's recovery. After the period elapses, with Champion now only reporting telemetry data, Hero begins to ascend again towards the Delta Tower. As Hero rises over 6 kilometers, it passes out of Champion's data relay range, and the quadcopter is no longer detected. 1 hour and 9 minutes later, after 2 brief stops to gather additional telemetry data, Hero lands on the platform at Delta Tower. Addendum 6666.7. Paragon Leadership Meeting Transcript 2. The following is an excerpt from a recorded meeting of Project Paragon Leadership held on May 2nd of 2019. The following people are in attendance of this meeting. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming all the way here. Dr. Crow, thank you for making the trip. Of course, I appreciate the invitation. Alright then, Dr. Malthus, I yield the floor. Thank you, Director Lancaster, and thank you, ladies, gentlemen, and esteemed persons of Project Paragon and the Greater Foundation staff for joining us. If you do not know me, my name is Corin Malthus, and I'm the Director of the Foundation's oldest department, the Department of Antediluvian Research. We are historians, collectors of information that has long since been buried by the sands of time, and we have made it our goal to catalog and identify as much of this history as we can before it's too far gone. Despite what you might have been taught, it is now understood that while modern human history has been ongoing for just the last 3,000 years, the true story of our history extends for many, many hundreds of thousands of years before that, if not further. What occurred 300,000 years ago was a great migration of our ancestors from Africa and the Fertile Crescent, where they settled after the recession of the floodwaters. Floodwaters, you're probably asking yourselves right now. Did he say floodwaters? As many of you have already picked up by now, the Diluvian bit of antediluvian does indeed refer to the Great Flood, a worldwide anomalous natural disaster that is believed to have occurred sometime between 400,000 and 500,000 years ago, which devastated any extant societies that existed at the time and created a massive upheaval in the natural order of dominance on this planet. Most evidence of the places, events, and persons we study in the DOAR was lost during this event, which itself is believed to have lasted for 100 years or more. Those who did not race to the high ground or build themselves a suitable vessel were, as expected, washed away when the waters fell, as was any history of them ever existing at all. However, our research goes even further than that. Back to the very beginning of the world itself, SCP-4840, the flying city of Papadopoulos, is a broken fragment of the first city ever built on this planet. Millions and millions of years ago, a proto-human known as Sem was said to be its first king, and mankind as a whole was born there. Those early humans, which we would call Eternals now, though whether or not they are really eternal is a subject of much debate, were structurally similar to you and I now, albeit different in many critical ways, more so than just their lifespans. SCP-073 and SCP-076, for example, are two of these early humans, who have persisted in their own way for many, many millions of years. But wait, you may be thinking, what happened before that? The short answer is, we don't know. Human beings are the only creatures on this planet that have a written record of their history that we can translate over long periods of time, so anything else that existed at that time is lost to us, in one way or another, but there were other beings in existence back then, and this is one I need to tell you to take my hand and step blindly off the cliff, because we need to have a discussion about gods. Yes, gods exist. If working for the Foundation is not yet convinced you of this, trust my words now, they exist, and they are powerful. And their actions are felt in our daily lives even now. Yes, Mrs. Tor. You have a question? Thank you, Doctor. When you say gods, what kind of entity are you referring to specifically? A great question. There are a number of entities of great power that would be considered godlike by most peoples, but the entities we are referring to are more of a fundamental variety. So of the gods who resided in Papadopoulos back in those ancient days, we know of a couple, thanks in no small part to SCP-4840-A himself, one of the Eternals. We know of Mekhane, the god who was broken, and whose remnants are now the subject of worship by Bumaro's church. We also know of Yaldabaoth, revered above all by the Daevites, and now whose power is siphoned by the Sarkist cults. Both of these gods are connected in ancient texts to mankind. However, there were also other beings alive at the same time as us, who predate humanity by untold millions of years. Those were the Fae, the fair folk, the fairies, the queer peoples. They are like us in so much that they are sentient, humanoid entities generally, but beyond that they could not be more different than we are. But they also worshipped gods, most of which you've probably never heard of. A god of night, a god of day, a god of sunrise and sunsets, and Gaia, the goddess of the earth itself. Above all, they worshipped the goddess of starlight and wishes, Aya. Now, Aya, in ancient legend, was a goddess who walked over the canopies of the fairies' great forest and granted their wishes, and who would sing to them in the twilight of the world. She was the fairest of the fairy gods, and the one they loved the most. Most depictions of Aya, who is later called Titania by the first men to encounter the fairies, are of being much like a fairy herself, but some others depict her as a star, or as a beam of moonlight, and even others depict her as some sort of mother tree in the heart of the fairies' dark forest. That leads us to where we are now. We believe the dead tree hanging upside down in the cavern below us, or at least was, the fairy goddess Titania. Samples taken from the artifact at the heart of SCP-2932, while still inconclusive, share undeniable similarities with SCP-6000, and SCP-2932-A seems confident that the artifact originates from the same goddess that was worshipped by the fairies. Without bringing one of the Eshu entities here to confirm it with their own eyes, there's no way to be absolutely certain, and truthfully our research team has shown that they are cagey at best in discussing the goddess at all. But we still feel some assuredness that we know what we're dealing with here. Yes, Mr. Gutierrez? Are we assuming that this tree goddess is herself now dead as well? That is what we believe, yes. Do we know what caused this? Only speculation at this point, I'm afraid. The removal of the SCP-2932 artifact from within SCP-6066 could have certainly done it, though we have reason to believe that the artifact was removed after SCP-6066 was already dead. But the entity is still mobile, correct? Your fire teams have had to burn back new growth. Correct. I have some speculation for why that is as well, but suffice it to say that the tree is the corpse of a god. Any traditional understanding of what it was and is not capable of doing should be taken with a grain of salt. And the entity inside of SCP-6066, the humanoid creature, what do we know about its origin? Yes, good, we were going to go there next. Dr. Isles, if you would. Thank you, Director. The entity in the tree is believed to be one of the 4 ancient powerful entities we have taken to calling the primeval demons. Prior to the Great Flood, there were numerous human civilizations over the spans of tens of thousands of years, but the longest lasting of these was called the Sky Kings of Apollyon. Using information gathered during investigation of the SCP-4812 entities, we've come to learn that the 4 entities were warriors who lived in that kingdom at the same time, and were each affected by an unknown thaumaturgical event near the collapse of that civilization that altered their nature and turned them into the creatures we see today. The 4 of them, Lahire, Lancelot, Hector, and Ogier, were such important figures in the history of those early people that their names survived over thousands of years and were eventually worked into more modern folklore. Since the discovery of SCP-4840-B, we've been assisting Director Lancaster and Project Paragon with the study and containment of these entities. The Foundation has had SCP-2254, the Demon Lahire, contained for some time without knowing what it was. As usual, information gathered from SCP-4840 illuminated us to a lot of things, including the origin of 2254 and 4840-B, the Demon Lancelot. Each of them, according to the old text, was afflicted by a different curse placed on them by a fairy princess. Lust for Lahire, wrath for Lancelot, despair for Ogier, and for our friend Hector, agony. The reason we founded Project Paragon was to mitigate the effects of these emerging entities. The Global Occult Coalition opened an ancient tomb in 2002, now we believe contained an entity, somehow related to the curses placed on the 4 demons, which themselves are related to the 3 SCP-4812 entities. All of them are connected to the same event, described in the text as the desecration of a Fey princess. If I'm not mistaken, and Director Malphus can back me up here, we believe that the Eros entity that the Coalition founded at Tomb is the same Fey princess that created SCP-4812, SCP-2254, SCP-4840-B, SCP-6666-A, and the last undiscovered demon, Ogier. That's correct. So, what is our next move? Gladio asked Overseer. Beneath SCP-6666 is a large forest that we believe contains ruins of an antediluvian origin that were pulled into the cavern by SCP-6666. There's a potential treasure trove of information down there, preserved by seemingly anomalous means, that could be unimaginably useful to our efforts going forward. Project Paragon is working to mitigate the possible effects of the 4812 entities, as well as whatever damage could be caused by these 4 demons. It's been 17 years since the GOC dug up Eros, and 4812-K has been getting more and more aggressive during that time. We have reason to believe that things are building to a head, and the more data we have available, the more prepared we'll be to handle these threats. So what I like to do is propose a manned expedition into the forest. Our drones are incapable of going through there, but an armed detail from Het 1, as well as several of our own researchers and support staff, should be able to make progress enough to confirm whether or not we'll find what we're looking for in there. What are the limiting factors? The distance between the launch pad of Delta Tower and the floor of the Void is over 35 kilometers. Currently, our plan is to lower the team down by cable car, our fastest models traveling at a safe speed. To move all the necessary personnel and equipment can get the team to the landing site in just over 6 hours. Air issue is one of pressure. The air at the bottom of the cavern is very rich. We believe it's briefable, but the return trip will have a long one to avoid decompression sickness, just over 24 hours. The larger issue is the smog. SCP-6000 creates this particular substance from out of that opening in its side, and the substance is an extremely potent neurotoxin. Short-term exposure is a full shutdown of most neurological processes, and long-term exposure is CNS depression and then death. Our insertion suits can filter the substance out of the air, but the concern is that even a slight exposure to the residue on the suit's exteriors during transport could be deadly, so we've devised a plan to mitigate the effects of the substance, at least in the short term. So we have a twofold plan in place to limit the danger. 2 members of Het 1 will carry with them light flamethrowers to help with clearing a pathway, and with limiting the amount of pollen in the air. We plan on putting a temporary foam seal here, over the open gash in SCP-6066. How do you plan on accomplishing this? With help from our Foundation Plastics Division, we've developed a high-density polyethylene foam that can be sprayed at a range from any of our Mark 7 vehicles. It fully sets within a few minutes, and once we've got the opening sealed up, we'll just wait 20 hours for the remaining dust in the air to settle, and our teams can proceed as intended. This is actually what my team has been working on for the past few months under Operation Cauterize. It shouldn't do any lasting harm to the anomaly itself, and it will break down over a period of about 5 weeks, but the seal is rigid while in place. Do you expect SCP-6066-A to give you any trouble? Not especially. We can attempt a sedative if the entity attempts to interfere, and if that isn't sufficient, we can bind the entity using cable launchers mounted on Charlie Tower. Realistically, we just need to keep 6666-A occupied until the foam sets up. It's as hard as a rock once it sets in and should mechanically seal itself into a rough opening. Very good, Director Lancaster. Please keep my office in the loop. I want to know the moment we have boots on the ground. Yes, of course. We'll take questions here in a moment, but if nobody else says anything, then I'll dismiss us all. I know Director Crow and Commander Aster have more preparations to get to. Very good. Thank you all for your time, and we'll reconvene post-operation. Addendum 6666.8 Staff Psychology Report. The following is a log compiled by Staff Psychologist Dr. Rich Arnold of Paragon Staff Psychological Complaints between January 2018 and May 2019. Symptoms believed have been brought on by workplace conditions. Subject is afraid of heights. Recommend moving to an alternate site. Subject is generally unhappy about their extended assignment. Subject reports feeling like she is being watched when working within the SCP-6066 cavern. Subject reports general feeling of malaise. Subject reports feeling generalized anxiety after awakening. Subject reports generalized anxiety and bad dreams. Subject expresses general feelings of despair referred to specialist. Subject reports general depression, unsettling dreams. Subject reports bad dreams. Subject reports vivid dream of a monster killing his mother. Subject reports general feeling of unease after awakening. Subject reports a vivid dream wherein a monster with 6 eyes kills his daughter. Subject reports a vivid dream wherein a monster with 6 eyes kills his wife. Subject reports a vivid dream wherein a monster with 6 eyes kills her brother. Subject reports a vivid dream wherein a monster with 6 eyes kills her daughter. Subject reports a vivid dream wherein a monster with 6 eyes kills him. Subject reports a vivid dream wherein a monster with 6 eyes kills his son. Subject reports a vivid dream wherein they are trying to scream but cannot. Subject reports a vivid dream wherein a monster of 6 eyes kills every human at Safos. Subject reports a vivid dream wherein a monster with 6 eyes devours them. Subject reports feeling extreme unease at all times while on assignment, and reports experiencing multiple vivid dreams wherein a monster with 6 eyes consumes his family. Subject reports feeling extreme panic, showing signs of self-inflicted injury, and reports vivid dreams wherein a monster of 6 eyes is eating their heart. Subject reports generalized overwhelming panic, has made recent attempts on their own life, and reports vivid dreams when they are trapped in a hole while a monster with 6 eyes devours their mother. Addendum 6666.9 Operation Cauterize After Action Report. Mark 7 drones, Ulysses, Hero, and Aster are fitted with 45 kilograms each of high-density polypropylene spray foam. Ulysses, Hero, and Aster depart Delta Tower en route to SCP-6000. Drones arrive at SCP-6000. Drones report in position at the opening in SCP-6000. SCP-6066-E, showing no sign of unusual behavior. Drones begin spraying foam over the opening in SCP-6066. No unusual activity detected. SCP-6666-A turns to face Ulysses' drone. Drone is instructed to strafe SCP-6666-A to confirm recognition. SCP-6666-A follows Ulysses' drone with its eyes. First application of foam begins to set. SCP-6666-A touches the new hardened foam. After a few moments, the entity begins to attempt to pull the foam away from its body. Het-1 offers to attempt tranquilization. Ulysses' drone fires 3 tranquilizer darts into the chest of SCP-6666-A. SCP-6666-A destroys Ulysses' drone with its spear before the drone can react. Hero and Aster drones pulled back to a safe distance. SCP-6666-A resumes attempting to remove the foam around its waist. Het-1 launches free steel cable bolts from Charlie Tower. The first bolt strikes SCP-6666-A's spear arm and wraps it to the entity's body. The second and third bolts strike flush on the side of the entity, pinning it to SCP-6666. SCP-6666-A begins pulling against its restraints. The cable is noted as beginning to buckle. The second cable bolt snaps, narrowly missing the Aster drone. Het-1 team launches a 3-inch Kevlar guy line at SCP-6666-A. The Kevlar guy line strikes SCP-6666-A, pinning the entity fully to SCP-6666. SCP-6666-A continues to try and grab at the cable with its 2 smaller arms. Het-1 launches 2 more steel cable bolts. The first strike SCP-6666-A's middle arm, pinning it to its side. The second catches SCP-6666-A in the groove between its middle and lower arm, anchoring the entity sideways against SCP-6666. Aster and Hero drones reapproach SCP-6666. SCP-6666-A struggles against its restraints, but is incapable of moving. SCP-6666-A vocalizes loudly but does not move. Aster and Hero continue applying spray foam to SCP-6666. Periodically, both drones return to Charlie Tower to swap canisters out as they are consumed. Aster and Hero both confirm their final canisters have been depleted. The opening in SCP-6666's side is considered fully covered. Nearby surveillance drones report a full cessation of the smoke exuding from the opening. Aster and Hero depart for Delta Tower. Aster and Hero arrive at Delta Tower. Addendum 6666.10 SCP-343 Interview. The following is a transcript of an interview conducted by Foundation Senior Staff Dr. Alto Clef and SCP-343. Dr. Clough was approved to perform the interview due to his natural resistance against anomalous alterations. Yes, young Alto, my child. Come in, please. Have a seat, or should I make a seat for you? No thanks. Look, we both know I'm only here because we need to make sure you don't try to fuck around with this interview. I hate doing these, so I'm gonna need you to be straight with me, because I don't want to be here all day. Come now, Alto, I've always enjoyed our chats. I haven't. Anyways, we've learned a couple of interesting new things about you recently. Well, who can truly say to know the mystery of God's nature? I know your age, first of all, which is ageless as the universe. Not that. I know your name. You're Methuselah, the Arcanist, Royal Vizier of the ancient house of Maladrog. Excuse me? It's a pretty easy question, just yes or what? How do you know about that? Cain gave you away, said if he'd know you were living here, he would have warned us ages ago. Also said you were a legendary con man and grifter with delusions of grandeur. I mean, delusions feel like a little much, god damn it. Cain the Wanderer, planeswalker, bastard. So is that a yes or no? I mean, yeah, I suppose. I've not gone by that name in Christ in a long time. Honestly, I'm kind of annoyed he even knew who I was. I worked very hard to try and keep my distance from him and his ilk. Dusty old creeps from the old eons of time who should have done us all a favor and died when the first man did. Where are you from anyways? Look, alright, fine, I'll cooperate. But notice, even my great mind is not infallible, dear Alto. Cain can remember all things, but I can't. Not quite in the same way. I've stored some memories away, though, and these may be useful to you in some way. Where are you from? Goodness, calm down. Okay, where am I from? It's funny, how things repeat themselves. The world was a more magical place back then, but for all that arcane energy, everything looked the same as it does now. Not now as in this minute, but now as in these last few millennia. I was born a long time ago in a place that has now existed since the seas rose. My name was Matthew, or rather... Do you know what the first languages were? Egyptian? You'd think so. But you'd be wrong. They were Canaanite languages, literally named after Cain, that scoundrel, since he was probably the first person to ever write something down. We didn't have a little of distinctions for it back then. It was similar to Phoenician, or at least the alphabet was similar. We just called it the Canaan tongue. Anyway, my name was Matthew, and my mother's name was Myra. My father was... Actually, I don't know if I remember his name. Peculiar. He was a royal official for the king in the valley. I grew up in the court of that house. Funny how fast I came back. Do you know how long it's been since I spoke in Cain's tongue? How strange. What was the house of Apollyon? They were the Sky Kings, styled themselves the mightiest and most ancient kingdom of men. People would tell stories about how King Apollyon had stolen some great treasure from the court of the gods and gave him dominion over the kingdoms. I don't know how much truth there was to that, but that's what people said. That happened to them. House Apollyon? Oh, well, that's hard to say. I think they were the greatest power in the world right until the moment they weren't. There was a campaign, I think. Apollyon would call young men to serve in his armies, and all the great houses would have to answer, And I distinctly remember there being some kind of campaign. Then the king died, or was killed, and his son died too, I think. Let me think for a moment. Oh yes, I'm sorry. I remember best in parable, I think. This is the story of the 4 knights. 3 betrayed him, 1 loved him, and 1 to his doom trying to please him. What are their names? I can't say I would know how they would translate, but it was Hirelance, Elogee, and Hector, if I'm not mistaken. The first 3 were the betrayers, and the last one was the knight he loved, something like that. I think there was a curse as well. Regardless as for what happened to them, I don't know. One day their messages stopped coming, and the next day there was smoke over the mountains of Apollyon. You would get bits and pieces over time from travelers talking about a monster with many faces and a creature that killed any who looked at it. What is it? Just talking about it now, there are things that come back. I couldn't have been God. Maybe a boy, a young man even. There was this... How do you even describe it? This roiling horror, a demon with 6 eyes, the size of a mountain, crashing and screaming and dragging its way to the north away from the sea. Horrible to look at. I remember a man telling me that the monster was a creature of the old world, something queer in origin. I don't know what he meant then, but the timing was right, I think. It would have had to come from Apollyon. It had these horrible steel chains all over its arms, I think, and yes, certainly some doom came to Apollyon, though the nature of it escapes me now. Alright, what do you know about the children of the night then? Jesus, are you alright? Hey, Control, can we get medical or... No, I'm sorry, it's fine. They called them that. The fairies called them that. I mean, made it more plausible, maybe. Whatever blasphemy they had to commit to conjure them up. I'm sorry, Alto. It's been such a long time. There's a lot I've forgotten over the years. I don't think I've really considered that when I put that blood in me to prolong my life, But you do forget things for better or worse, but I can't forget that. I can't forget them. What were they? I was a young wizard at that time, no more than 60 or 70 years old. In the early years of my life, I had left years prior after my mother took ill and passed, and traveled to the desert to study under the sorcerer Relevine of the Deva in Maladrog. We were so far from the sea, I don't think anyone ever expected what happened. I do not truly know why they exist. There were stories. There were always stories. People would talk about how a fairy king prayed for a knight to save him from a dragon, and the knight was a man without a soul or something. We knew about the fairies, even if most people had never seen one before. They lived across the sea, and there was this white city on the coast. I can't remember the name, but you could go there, and on starry nights the fairies would come and you could trade with them. But the interlopers, they lived with the fairies in the woods beyond the sea. Or that's what the story said. They were a fairy tale monster also, like a boogeyman or a ghoul, something that mothers would warn their children about at night. Something you'd think of any time you heard something shuffling around in the dark, a horror lost over time. I remember the first time we laid eyes on them. It was a summer night, and there was a dune that rose high above our citadel to the west. You could see them from all that distance. There were these massive things, taller by far than any men, covered in black and gray matted hair all over their bodies. They were like if someone described a man to you, but they never really seen a man themselves. Their eyes glowed in the dark, and they just stood there, shoulder to shoulder, maybe 50 of them in a row. We tried to approach them and communicate, but they just stared at us. They made this horrible noise, like a child giggling, this half-chattering inhuman laughter, and they would sing these eerie songs in high-pitched voices. My master was the High Magistrate, an extremely powerful figure in his own right, and he went out to disperse them, and what did they do? They pulled him apart, like he was a toy. They just grabbed him slowly, and they weren't affected by his magic at all. They just started pulling on him and laughing, and they pulled him apart. Now, this is where I decided to flee. But you couldn't run from them either. They were faster than any man and stronger than any man. They couldn't be pierced by a spear. They weren't bothered by arcana. They seemed to dislike fire, but they weren't harmed by it. They rounded us all up and bound us in these black chains, and then they dragged us back into their ships on the coast. I only survived by laying over the body of an old farmer who begged and cried for 3 days straight. By the time we arrived, he had gone still, and when I flipped him over, everything left inside him fell apart. The earth had reduced him by half, like pine against sandpaper. They took us onto their lawn ships, and there were so many of us we couldn't even lay down. After the first few weeks, things were better. Enough people had died and fallen that there was room enough to sit down on top of them. The interlopers didn't seem to know what to feed us. We got raw meat and seawater, which I was able to at least make potable. After a month, we arrived on the shores of the old forest of the fairies. It was different than what you'd hear in stories. They dragged us by our chains, living and dead, into the darkness, and all I remember was how dark it was, and how you could always feel their rotten hair brushing up against you, like they were right on top of you, watching. You'd feel one of them brush by silently in the dark, and wonder if it was your turn. They hung our chains up in the trees, and come by and pull a person off their manacle, like picking a ripe apple, and then they would just play with you. They'd poke a man so hard their fingers would go straight through you, or squeeze someone so hard their eyes would come out of their faces. There was a woman, I remember now, who was pregnant, survived on a ship by eating her own dead mother, and they pulled her down and started doing their work, and then they just pulled her in half. Also, it was like opening a bag of chips to them. It was nothing. They'd barely react. Just make their horrible little laugh and play in the blood. They pulled her and just crushed it. They never slept. Ever. You could try to sleep, but they'd be there watching you, eyes glued to you. And when you slept, it was worse. You're limited by reality and what they could do to you while you were awake, but they were in our dreams. After a while, we decided that's how they communicated. They talked to each other in nightmares, and that's why they kept us there. So we would have their nightmares, and they could talk. They recorded their whole history in those nightmares, where you could see, we'd always see this one where there was a woman, a fairy, and all these other smaller fairies around her, and then you'd turn around and see a line of interlopers that stretched out as far as you could see, just watching her. They always felt so miserable and sad, and you can never really feel like they hated you, just that they didn't think like we did. How did you escape? Escape? Nobody escaped. You escaped when you died, and if you died, they'd take your body to their god, and they'd throw you in a pit. We said that when you went into the pit, you became part of the nightmare. Sometimes while we slept, we'd see the faces of our friends, but their faces have been twisted into these grim mockeries of what they had been. But the eyes also, you could see them in there. Behind the mask of delusion, they were afraid. We weren't alone, though. There were others there. Fairies of that forest were bound in that same black iron as we were. They were broken in some way. I can't remember how, but there was something about them you couldn't say or that would catch in the mouth. They were all shell-shocked, They weren't built for this sort of thing. I mean, neither were we, but there were those among us who were making plans, hatching schemes, those who wanted to leave the nightmare, But the fairies, they were just broken. But we did escape, I suppose. There was this sorcerer, Noah, from the old house of lament. He really put it all together. The interlopers, they needed us. They had to create horror for us because their whole culture relied on it. They couldn't even so much as speak to each other without our nightmares. Old Noah always said he had a plan, and that he was going to get us out of there, and, well, then he disappeared. We thought he'd been taken by the interlopers, dragged off to meet a cruel end, but then one day the sun peeked through the treetops, and all the flowers bloomed at the same time, everywhere. The next day it rained, and the day after that as well. It just kept raining for a week, then a month, and by the time we finally found old Noah, his body was just a smoking husk, covered in arcane symbols and fully spent. It kept raining, and the valley started to fill up. I remember the first time we saw one of them die, the bastard slipped into a pit that had started to flood. And all those in the pit just swam away as the waters froze. The interloper just stood there, flat-footed at the bottom of the pit. He didn't float, he just watched the waters rise. The other interlopers gathered around and just stared down at him, singing their songs and chattering. But we realized then that they couldn't hear him, because none of us were sleeping, and he thrashed around for a bit at the end, but he never came out of the pit, and the waters kept rising. How did you get away? Near the end, when the sea started to come up over the shoreline, they started rounding a bunch of us up, millions maybe from all of the forest, and dragging them deeper into the woods. That's where their god was, but they got sloppy, or maybe they didn't notice, but we managed to sneak away. We didn't go alone. The fairies, the ones who still had their wits about them, came with us. We ran for the mountains to the south, and we had to. The path we took, we could see the forest for miles. Once we got over the tree line, you could just see out forever. It felt like... And that's when we saw it. What was it? Their dread god, Alto. Monstrous, festering, bloated like a corpse in the sun. It was so dark then. The sky was just black clouds and rain, but you could still see it. Red lights around its base, and people hanging on its limbs. The fairies, the ones who were with us, there were a few who, when they saw it, started weeping and fled back into the forest. You could hear it too, moaning and grinding and screaming. But the rest of us kept running, and one day the world was underwater. We lived on that mountain for 100 years. If I had to wager, and by the time the waters receded, the world was changed. The interlopers were gone. The fairies had retreated back into that old forest, and the rest of us just went on with our lives. Also, I need to be gravely serious for you for a moment. I realize now that by asking this of me, you know that I have reason to see these inquiries answered. It has long been my hope and belief that the interlopers drowned at the bottom of the Great Flood, along with all those miserable poor people strung up on their corpse god. But if you find evidence that this is not true, that perhaps they survived, Alto, I cannot do it again. Not after all this time. If it comes to it, I will go away from here. I need you to tell me truthfully. Please, Alto. I need to know. I can't do it again. I can't go back into the dark. Don't worry, we don't have any reason to believe that. I wish I could trust you here, Alto, but I see the lie in your eyes. I don't need to bend reality to see it. Please listen to me. You must not seek out these creatures. If you see them, you must flee, and know that even your flight might not be enough. Their civilization relies on terror, Alto. Do you understand this? If they have been buried, they must remain buried. Please understand me. They must remain buried. Addendum 6666.11 Exploration Log. The following is a transcript of video and audio collected during an exploratory venture into the forest at the bottom of the cavern containing SCP-6000. Transit to the floor of the cavern was conducted by lowering a modified habitation module to the full 34-kilometer distance from the deck of Alpha Tower to the entry site, roughly 1.2 kilometers from the entrance to the forest. Exploratory team members were fitted with Class C polyshell positively pressured insertion suits with filtered respirators. Onboard air monitoring systems were fitted to each suit, and a reserve tank of emergency oxygen was available in the event that the system reported a dangerous level of the SCP-6000 neurotoxin. Exploration video log transcript. Date: May 26, 2019. Support Team: Mobile Task Force Het 1 Lance of Longinus. Subject: SCP-6000. Team Lead: Commander Astray. Fire Team: Carrier, Horizon, Triple, Pressure, and Glass. Research Team: Dr. Bishop, Dr. Moore, Dr. Gutierrez, Dr. Z. Comms coming online. Control: do you read me? We read you, Commander. Your video is coming online now. Video feed comes online. Commander Astray standing near the edge of the forest next to Carrier, Horizon, Triple, Pressure, and Glass. Supervising Dr. Bishop and her team, Doctors Moore, Gutierrez, and Z stand nearby. Commander, we see you clearly. Signal is good. Can we get a signal test on everyone else? Yep, let's run for it. Horizon, check. Glass, check. Carrier, check. Pressure, check. Triple, check. This is Bishop, check. Gutierrez, check. Gutierrez, come again? Check. Control, this is Gutierrez. We read you. Over. Z, check. Check. Copy. You all sound good. Confirm position? Roughly 1 click from the elevator, 200 meters or so from that tree line. Copy that, Commander. Can you confirm air quality? Glass? Reading at between 2.3 and 6.1 ppm at our current location. Control. Copy that, Glass. We're seeing the same thing. Team, be advised that we are unsure how accurately we will be able to track you in that forest. Our cameras have had a hard time reading the heat through the trees, so if you need ballistic support, don't hesitate to pop flares or light up the foliage. Copy that, Control. Don't need to give them any ideas. The boys look a little too keen with the flamethrowers. Disregard that, Control. We're all good here. Ready to turn on the lights at the first time of trouble. Understood, Commander. Try to keep a leash on them. Copy that as well. Control? Okay, I think we're ready. Everyone ready? Alright, let's move. The team approaches the wall of the forest. Astray gestures towards the scouted insertion point, and the team enters the forest. The interior of the forest is exceedingly dark, more so than the cavern interior itself due to light from the observatory tower, flood lamps, and sunlight that enters through the access shaft. While there is some cleaning by which the team can maneuver, the majority of the space within the forest is covered in thick, dark foliage. So, what do you think we'll find in here, Dr. Bishop? It's hard to say. There are really 1,000 different things we could find that Dr. Malthus would consider valuable to our research. So much has gotten pulled down here, either by the wormwoods or the trees itself. Really, anything we could gather and translate would be beneficial. I heard someone else mention that before too. Wormwoods? What's a wormwood? It's Actually, Z, you were on that team, weren't you? Yes, I was. It was my assignment before last. The wormwoods are... Well, it's a Davite weapon, first of all. The Davites are another race of antediluvians, but different than the Sky Kings or the Zazateri. They were blood magicians. At some point in their history, they learned that the Children of the Night had a weapon that they could use to pull entire civilizations into the ground. The Deva wanted this for themselves. Think of it as an equivalent of a primordial atomic bomb. And so they came across the sea to these, It's probably this forest, wasn't it? I was just thinking the same thing. Anyway, 100,000 Deva die, but they managed to acquire these seeds. You plant one beneath the ground of your enemy, and as it grows in secret, it displaces the earth beneath them, until one day they are swallowed up or destroyed. The Deva further enchanted them with their own sorcery. Once a place goes into the earth, people immediately forget it ever existed. And the seeds came from the big tree? That's belief, yeah. It doesn't produce much of anything now except roots, but it's fair to say that there were probably more of those seeds here somewhere. I wonder why they were so intent on dragging so much stuff down here. Well, 073 says that Children of the Night were created to kill the first man, and they just didn't know how to do anything else. That's pretty fucked. Team continues through the forest for another 2 hours. Extraneous dialogue removed. Commander Astray, be advised. We're having some trouble with our geolocation currently, and our pings coming from you are getting more sporadic. We think this is a technical issue, but until further advice, we do not have a consistent way to track your location. Copy that, Control. Let me know if you want us to stay put. You're cleared to proceed, Commander. Just alert us if anything changes. Copy that. 1 hour of extraneous dialogue removed. It's so quiet in here. Yeah. Usually with a forest, you'd think there'd be birds or bugs or anything. There's nothing. Look alive. Straight ahead. I see it. The team approaches a tree at the back of a small clearing in front of them. Impaled through a low-hanging tree limb is a small, emaciated humanoid figure with a long, pointed ear tips and a large eye sockets. What is that thing? It's a fairy. Look. Dr. Bishop approaches the figure and wipes the toxic residue off its head with her hand. Under the team's shoulder-mounted torches, the hair on the figure's head is unmistakably silver. Look. Bishop, look. They're in the back. Bishop reaches towards the rear of the figure, where a small pouch is pinned between the figure and the tree. She works the pouch loose and pulls it away, revealing a small clove sack. She opens it up and pulls out a small bundle of sticks and leaves. What's that? I think it's a doll. Oh, there's just toys in here. Little carved stones and trinkets. Do we need to collect anything else? Gutierrez gets some pictures of this. We don't need to stay here. We can keep going. Team continues on. 1 hour of extraneous dialogue removed. Let's see about getting a location check. Control, do you read me? We copy, Commander. You get me a location check. We should be beneath Alpha Tower currently by my estimate. Copy that. 1 moment. Commander Aistre, advised that we are still experiencing technical issues currently and do not have a location ping on any member of your party. That's not great. Copy that, Control. We are going to set up here for now until you can get that sorted out. Copy. We'll keep you posted. Roll out the hab ends between those two trees. Pressure, triple. Let's get the ionizers out and scrub the suits. We'll set up shop here for a bit and see if we can wait out the issues. Exploration team begins setting up their camp using inflatable positive pressure habitation tent and air ionizers. Extraneous dialogue removed. After several hours of waiting, the team sets up watch shifts and begins to sleep. Time passes. Extraneous dialogue removed. 0351 hours local time. Horizon has to watch. Dr. Moore awakens abruptly with a scream. What is it? What's wrong? I saw... What's going on? I'm sorry, I had a dream just now. I swear it was real. It was just like sitting here now, only... What do you see, Alistair? There was a path into the woods, and I was walking down it, and I saw the fairy we found on that tree, and a gnarl we missed in a ditch near it, and I could see through the dark just like it was daylight, but everything was this horrible red, and then I passed here and I saw the hab, and I kept walking until I came to this. I don't know, this canopy, but in the middle of it was a hole, and I hear someone's voice saying, the devil's 20 miles down, but what's deeper? I looked over the edge of the hole, and then I was falling, and then, I swear to you, Bishop, it was no different than sitting here with you right now. I just can't explain it. That's alright. You're alright. I wasn't sleeping easy either. Control, this is Aistre. Do you read me? We hear you, Commander. Go ahead. War's experiencing some of the psychological effects detailed in Dr. Arnold's report. You confirm any precautionary measures we need to be taken? Copy that, Commander. 1 moment while we confer. Commander, I'm sorry. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about it. It's alright, Dr. Moore. We don't want to take any chances. Commander Aistre, we have reason to believe that any of the relevant psychological issues will become more prevalent the closer you get to the center of the forest. Did we know about this ahead of time? I'm curious why I wasn't prepped on this earlier, Control. We cannot confirm that at this time, Commander. Copy that, Control. If there's anything else I need to know, I'd like to hear about it sooner, please. Copy that, Commander. Let's pack up. I don't want to waste any more time out here than I need to. Exploratory team collapses the hab module and leaves the campsite towards the southwest. 2 hours of extraneous dialogue removed. As the team continues through the forest and triple signals to stop. Commander, look at this. Dr. Bishop, what do you think this is? Are those stairs? Triple gestures towards a large nearby tree, where a staircase is clearly visible emerging from the trunk and spiraling upwards. They are. Am I imagining this, or... do those look like they grew right out of the fucking thick of this thing? Commander, Dr. Bishop, up there. Glass points up and the rest of the team adjust their spotlights skyward. In the canopy of the forest high above them, strange twisting structures are visible, appearing to have been formed from the wood and limbs of the tree. The shape of the structures is incongruous with the forest itself, as if they were a facsimile of the ruined buildings outside the forest manifested in the treetops. As the team continues to scan around them, Dr. Z gestures for everyone to be silent. Shh, listen. I hear it. What is that? Is it wind? There's no wind. It has to be something else. Where is it coming from? Over there. Follow me. The team proceeds through the forest, which becomes increasingly dense with buildings and strange, curving pathways for the trees that do not seem to have any logical ending. The sound of moving air becomes more and more apparent. Control, this is Aistre. Can we get a position check, please? Control, do you read me? Glass, do we have a comms link? What's going on here? They're over there. Look, a clearing. There's something in the center of it. Come on, Glass, please, if you can. I'm working on it, Commander. Hang tight. The team follows Dr. Gutierrez's direction towards a gap in the dense trees. After a moment, they pass the gap and into a wide clearing. This is it. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? The team exits into the clearing, which is a nearly perfect circle of open space covered in a low, thick grass. Arcing overhead are trees, much larger than the surrounding forest, pulled in towards each other to create a massive dome in the forest. Hanging from the arched trees overhead are thousands of humanoid corpses, some clearly human and others resembling the figure the team had earlier found impaled on a tree limb. These figures are all shackled in some way to thick black chains that have been latched to the top of the dome. The ground level of the clearing slopes downward, and at the bottom of the slope, roughly 110 meters in front of the team, is a large, featureless stone slab, measuring approximately 30 meters by 50 meters and 2 meters thick. This is the clearing from my dream, but there was a hole there, not that. Oh, I don't like the look of this at all. Tighten up, team. Bishop, is this what you were looking for? I believe so, yes. You think this is Osmond's dark hole? Yes, the answers we're looking for are down there. That's great and all, but I have no clue how you intend to get underneath that thing. It's gotta weigh 6,000 tons. I don't need to. Look over there. There's an opening. Glass oceans to a section of the slab near the far corner, where a sizable chunk of the slab is broken. The broken piece of the stone lay embedded a half-meter in the grass nearby. Let's go. The team approaches the broken section of the slab. Aisray approaches the opening and looks down. Pretty deep. Horizon, hand me a flare. Horizon pulls a flare from their pack and hands it to Aisray, who lights it and drops it into the opening. It falls roughly 12 meters and lands on a stone below. Not that deep at all. Let's get a ladder set up here and brace it on this rock. I mean, this place alone has to weigh 2 or 3 tons, right? How did this get over to here? That windy sound, do you hear it? It's coming from down there. Yeah, I hear it. Dr. Bishop, you're going to have about 30 minutes down here before I pull us out. Do you understand? We're down comms, we have at least 6 hours of hiking to get back to the elevator, and I don't want to stick around and wait for whatever opened this hole for us. I understand. That's fine. Alright, Carrier, Glass, you come with me. Horizon, Pressure, Triple, you stay here and monitor this area. Alistair, Pablo, stay here within the field team. See what you could gather from this clearing. Yes, ma'am. Yes, of course. Z, you're with me. Understood. Aisray, Carrier, Glass, and Doctors Bishop and Z descend the ladder into the space beneath a stone slab. The sound of moving air becomes more audible in the cavern below. Let's get the floods on in here. It's somehow darker here than it is up there. All 5 members of the cavern group turn on their flood lamps, fully illuminating the area around them. The walls of the chamber are a smooth gray stone, and the chamber itself is roughly 5 meters on each side, stretching up vertically to the slab above. Along the walls are recessed openings in the rock, many of which are empty, but some that contain wooden boxes bound in chains. Anchored to the walls are thick metal hooks, and more chains hang from the ceiling. There is a single door on the north wall. Alright, this is it. Let's go. The team goes through the doorway, which exits into a long hallway. The hallway contains more recessed openings, some of which contain wooden boxes, but others that contain various humanoid and animal bones. Some of the openings have been sealed using a kind of thick, crystalline wax. Carrier gestures above one opening, where a mural is present, carved into the rock. The mural depicts many hundreds of dark figures standing beneath a large tree with a red artifact in its center. As they continue forward, they pass sealed passageways overgrown with roots, and more murals depicting various scenes of humanoid figures being bound in chains dropped into pits full of bodies or set on fire. Present in nearly every mural is a depiction of the same tree and red artifact. The hallway winds around to the west, and Aisray motions to move around a bend. As the hallway strains back out, the team sees a large stone door at its end, with another mural across its entire surface. The mural depicts a mass of dark figures with yellow eyes huddled around the base of a large, curled, vaguely feminine figure with many arms wrapped around them as dark clouds gather overhead. Aisray approaches the doorway and pulls it back, and a door easily swings open. Turning back to look at the rest of the team momentarily, Aisray nods and enters the doorway. They exit into a circular room containing 2 staircases, one ascending to the left and one descending on the right. The ascending staircase is blocked off completely with stone and rubble filling the stairway as if fallen from somewhere above. Glass immediately motions to his air monitor, which shows elevated levels of toxic particulate in the chamber. Dr. Bishop approaches the descending staircase and gestures for the team to follow her down. They descend roughly 20 meters before reaching a landing and turning back to descend another 20 meters. At the bottom of the staircase is a wide arced opening. As Dr. Bishop passes under the arc, she stops suddenly and holds up her hand. Aisray comes alongside her. In front of them is an enormous chamber, stretching out as far as the eye can see in every direction, though the ceiling is low in a circle around the archway, and then in concentric circles around it are large unmoving humanoid figures covered entirely in slick, dark hair, sitting on the stone floor and curled into the fetal position. Each are covered in the toxic dust that has previously emanated out from SCP-6000. Glass reaches up and touches his ear, and there is a nod. This is the source of the sound of moving air, as the innumerable number of curled figures breathe slowly and in unison. Up above in the domed clearing, Dr. Gutierrez and Dr. Moore inspect the exterior of this lab, while Horizon, Pressure, and Triple scan the tree line. Suddenly there is the sound of something moving in the trees, causing Pressure to look towards the eastern edge of the clearing. What was that? There's something in the trees. Listen. What is it? Shh. Listen. Suddenly, all 5 members of a team in the clearing hear an unusual sound. It is laughter, as if from a child, but stretched unnaturally, and echoing as if from very far away. Both Moore and Gutierrez come away from the edge of the slab towards Pressure and Horizon. As Triple advances on the spot at the edge of the clearing, the sound is heard again, although behind them on the western side. All 5 team members turn to face the western edge of the clearing as the sound is heard again above them. There, in the tree. There's something moving in the trees. There. The team turns to look, and as they do, they catch a glimpse of a large fleeting object moving quickly through the dark tree line before it disappears again. Once more, they hear the sound of the strange laughter, which stops suddenly. Where'd it go? Suddenly, another sound is heard, different than the first, a long, high-pitched whine, crackling and unnaturally tonal, seemingly coming from somewhere above them. The sound continues for another 5 seconds, and then stops suddenly. What the hell was that? Suddenly, the ground beneath them shakes, and a sound of a geological movement can be heard across the entire chamber. The dark trees overhead begin to rustle, and then, with a sound of yawning wood, begin to pull back from each other, revealing inky blackness overhead. And in the far distance, the dim light of the powerful observation tower flood lamps can be seen through the dark. As the trees pull away and strain, the radio crackles. Commander, Aisray, do you read us? Het 1 team, do any of you read? This is Pressure, go ahead. Where's Aisray? She went below with Bishop and half the team. There's some kind of opening in the earth down there here. Pressure, be advised, there is another entity at your position we cannot identify. Control, we... The high-pitched whining sound cuts him off, and the cavern shakes again for 6 seconds before setting. What the fuck is going... Suddenly, the entire chamber is bathed in vibrant red light. The team looks skyway, where high overhead SCP-6000 has illuminated, with red light emanating from the base of the entity. The team hears laughter again. At the same time, in the chamber below, the team braces as their rumbling stops. As the earth settles, Aisray looks around at the others. Everyone good? I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, I'm good. Good. I think the time to leave is now, Dr. Bishop. Yeah, let's... What happened to the wind? You're right, that's... Aisray is cut off as Dr. Bishop gasps. She is staring back into the chamber beyond the archway, where all of the hunched figures are now staring at the doorway. The eyes open and glowing yellow. There's a loud snapping sound, and one of the figures in the 5th row back moves suddenly, lifting its left arm, followed by another loud crack as it lifts its right. It bends as if to stand up, and suddenly the entire chamber is full of the sound of movement. Run. Run! The team flees back up the stairwell, catching themselves as the earth shakes again. They retreat back down the hallway towards the door that leads to the chamber with the ladder. Commander Aisray, do you read me? Where are you? We're coming, Horizon. Get your people out of there. We have to go. Commander, you need to hurry. I heard you, Horizon. Come on, run. The team enters this side chamber and begins to hurry up the ladder. The sound of rushing air can be heard from behind him, and suddenly the air is thick with toxic dust that blows past him and out of the opening in the slab. The team holds onto the ladder and recessed openings in the rock, but Dr. Z, who had been at the top of the ladder, is blown 5 meters into the air, landing hard on the stone slab. As he lands, the plexiglass face mask of his helmet cracks, and the suit breach alarms sound as his insertion suit begins dumping oxygen in an attempt to maintain positive pressure. Come on, go. Horizon, help him. We have to go. From deep below, heavy footsteps can be heard. The remainder of the team exits from below the slab, while Horizon and the carrier grab Z, who looks around at them, panicked. Hang on. I feel... Z's body seizes, and he goes completely limp. Chow, no! God damn it, we have to leave him, Bishop, he's already gone! No, we can't. He can still... Bishop, listen to me. We have to go. I'm sorry. We have to go. Oh God. Come on! The team heads back into the forest, following the same path they had taken coming in. More chattering laughter can be heard around them. Control, this is A3. I need a fucking geolocation ping right fucking now. Need to know the safest way out of here. Copy that, Commander. 1 moment. Right fucking now, Control, please. We see you, Commander. Your shortest path is roughly 14 clicks due northeast from your position. Alright, come on. We have to bust ass. Carrier, Horizon, give us some cover. Copy that. Carrier and Horizon turn and open their flamethrowers on the trees around them. As the forest begins to burn, the sound of creaking timber is heard overhead as many of the support towing the massive structures built out of the trees themselves begin to groan and fail. As the two men turn to follow the rest of the group, Horizon is pulled backwards suddenly. Carrier stops and turns back. Commander! Moments later, Carrier hears Horizon screaming before being quickly cut off. There's a wet tearing sound, followed by a dark, wet mass flying towards Carrier. He ducks out of the way and turns to see the upper torso of Horizon, separated from its bottom half as if pulled in two. Horizon's eyes blink rapidly as it mouths inaudible words. Carrier shuts again before pulling out of his sidearm and shooting Horizon twice for the mask. Blood fills Horizon's helmet, and he stops moving. Carrier? Commander, whatever's out here got Horizon. I had to, goddammit. Carrier, come on, let's go quickly. Carrier looks down at Horizon again before running off after the rest of the team. The remaining members of the Het 1 team, along with Dr. Bishop, Gutierrez, and more, continue running without additional disturbance, pausing only briefly on 4 different occasions to catch your breath. After 1 hour and 34 minutes, the team emerges from the tree line out onto the field of humanoid remains previously mapped by Hero. The team turns north for 2 kilometers, making it back to the elevator after roughly 1 hour and 46 minutes. Due to the events detailed in Addendum 6666.12, none of the members of Het 1 or the research team realized that Dr. Z's audio and video transmitter, while damaged, began transmitting again 1 hour after their departure. Z coughs violently and rolls onto his back. Above him, SCP-6000 is visible, now glowing with bright red light. Z takes several deep breaths and looks around him. He shakes, standing, and braces himself against a slab. Hearing oxygen rushing through a crack in his helmet, he puts a glove over it. From somewhere nearby, Z hears the same stretched laughter as was heard previously by the other members of the exploratory team. He begins walking slowly away from the slab, towards the tree line. He steps into the trees and stumbles forward as his breathing gets increasingly heavy. He takes several more steps forward before stopping. The sound of laughter is picked up on his microphone and he turns back towards the clearing. As he turns, his audio and video equipment begin to act erratically. It is unknown if this behavior is a result of technical malfunction or changes to the space immediately around Z. Despite this, his camera captured several distorted frames of a single, roughly 6 meter tall, standing in a gap between 2 trees, illuminated from behind by the red light coming from SCP-6000. After 2 seconds, Z's camera stops functioning entirely and shuts off. Z is heard walking quickly through the forest, his breathing more and more labored. There is another laugh from immediately behind him, and a powerful, low droning sound fills the chamber. The source of the sound is above him, coming from SCP-6000. More laughter is heard as Z begins to run, and another loud drone is heard. A third drone is heard, followed by a loud scream, and then Z's recording equipment shuts down entirely. Z's transmitter continues pinging his location for an additional 16 minutes. He is dragged backwards 100 meters before coming to a rest. After this, communication with the transmitter is terminated due to the heavy atmospheric interference. The final 38 seconds of Z's audio transmission will be played now. Addendum 6666.12 Reaction by SCP-6000-A. During the exploration attempt detailed in Addendum 6666.11, SCP-6000 began exhibiting unusual behavior. The above-ground root growth began to expand rapidly, forcing fire teams to pull the safe perimeter back. SCP-6000 itself began to emit red light from the seams in the trunk of its superstructure, and spherical glowing sacs began to appear across its entire limb system. During this time, geological phenomenon was also recorded, originated somewhere beneath the cavern. However, at the same time that SCP-6000 was entering this activation state, SCP-6000-A began to pull against its bindings. Charlie Tower reported seeing the large Kevlar guy line beginning to fray before snapping entirely as SCP-6000-A pulled the line in half. Freed from its bindings, SCP-6000-A then began vocalizing, first simply shouting, but then speaking. While audio recordings of this event clearly show SCP-6000-A speaking in an unknown tongue, those present in the chamber at the time report being able to clearly understand SCP-6000-A in their native language. How this was accomplished when SCP-6000-A had not previously displayed any such mimetic effect is unknown. Dr. Isles, recognizing the nature of the event as it was occurring, used speech-to-text software to transcribe the full exchange as it was occurring. The full transcript of SCP-6000-A's vocalizations are available below. Hear me, hear me. I am Hector, son of Holas, the screaming lance of the northern sky, last son of old Europe, servant eternally to the Sky King Saras von Apollyon, lord dominion of the world of men, inheritor of Asem's iron crown. Hear me, dread Titania, hear me now and tremble. Tremble now as you did all those many years ago, when I crossed the rising sea to find you. Tremble now as you did when I drove my lance into your bleeding chest. And tremble now as you did when I learned you had already betrayed your purpose. I struck you down, demon of yore. I wrenched open your body and broke you. You have betrayed your masters, dread Titania, but you will not betray me. I will have your obedience. You will honor my wish, and pour your poison into this grave. You will smother the corpse city of your interlopers and bury them. You will do this, demon, because I have demanded of you. I am Hector, the divine fire of my lord's perfect will. Answer to me now, dread Titania. Hear me and tremble. Immediately following this vocalization, SCP-6000-A began furiously attacking both the polyfoam seal on the opening in SCP-6000 and SCP-6000 itself. SCP-6000-A then braced itself against a massive SCP-6000, and with great effort pulled its remaining free arms free from the interior of the tree. SCP-6000-A, using all 5 of its free arms and its spear for leverage, grabbed both sides of the opening and pulled them away from each other. With a loud cracking sound, the trunk of SCP-6000 split open, and once again began to discharge a thick, dense cloud of toxic particulate into the cavern below. At the same moment, the red light that had been emanating from SCP-6000 began to dim and was completely gone within 14 minutes. SCP-6000-A continued to attack the site of SCP-6000 for an additional 6 hours. Afterwards, SCP-6000-A braced itself against the side of SCP-6000 with its spear and went dormant. If you gotten this far, you probably have the same question I did after we finished reading Dr. Bishop's report. If everything we found here is true, then what is up with the SCP-1000 file? I went back and did some digging, and was able to get into the first few revisions of that file using our clearances. Here are a few things I learned. The file was originally written by Tilda Moose in 1956. The file predates the first recorded Bigfoot sighting by 2 years. Jerry Crew first started noting Bigfoot tracks in Humboldt Country in 1958. Tilda Moose did not work for the Foundation in 1956. Tilda Moose was not alive in 1956. With all that said, I want you to read this section here one more time. We forgive you. Given choice for now, not forever, let us back in. Knowing now what we know about what these fiends are and what they can do, and what they have done, I want you to tell me, who do you think would want us to let these fiends back in? Who does that sound like to you? Think about it for a while, then come talk to me. We have a lot to work on. Shannon is already working on the 4th night. After that, we'll have to make a decision whether or not we want to go down to the 7th floor and talk to him. Sincerely, 051. P.S. You probably want to see what we had to take out of that report too. The one with the ferry. The most unfortunate part of this job is sending people out to do a job that they don't realize is as dangerous as we do. Don't get too bummed out about it. Read it and move on. We'll make sure their families are taken care of. What was that wish? I'm sorry. I should have been forthcoming. There were so few of us left afterwards. We dared not speak of it in fear of conjuring them back out of the darkness, but, well, it's been so long now. When the first man commit the first sin, there was outrage, yes, but Sam was intolerably powerful, and we could not stand against him, meek as we were. So we prayed to the Queen Mother and asked her to deliver us from him, to give us the power to destroy him, and she did. The children were born from beneath her roots, and we hated them from the moment they first emerged. Why did you hate them? Why did we hate them? We hated them because they were just like you. But we needed them. So we demanded they cross the sea and bring Sam to justice. And they did. His kingdom fell, his people were scattered, his sons were set to ruin. They did everything we asked of them, and we still hated them. When they returned to us, did we honor them as conquering heroes? Did we throw feasts in their name and praise them for doing what we cannot? No. No, we just put them deep into the dark of the forest, away from the stars, because the stars were only for us and not for them. They were just children, and we left them there, out of sight and out of mind. For 100 million years we abandoned them, and in their isolation they turned cruel. You wanted to know what they wished for? They wished to not be alone anymore. And what did Aya do? She provided. She pulled out her own heart and gave it to them. Even knowing what they had become, she gave it willingly to them, because she knew. She knew about our neglect. She knew about our apathy. The children didn't want to be alone anymore, so she gave them her heart and became their goddess, not ours. We can conclude if you'd like. Oh, there was one more thing I wanted to tell you before I go. I had to make a slight alteration to the exploration log. We didn't want anyone thinking our priorities were in the wrong place. Dr. Bishop was kind enough to grab something from that temple on her way out. Grabbed it right out of the withered hands of a long-dead sprite. I don't get the impression they'll miss it much. It's fairly inconsequential at this point, but I wanted you to see it before you put it into storage forever. It's a shame. It's really very pretty. The work continues. Holy shit, this took a long time to record. As of making this, it has been 13 days since I started this entire project, and most of it has been dedicated to trying to record and edit this. I admit I lost my motivation halfway through, but you know what? I managed to power through that. But yeah, my thoughts on the actual SCP itself. Yeah, SCP-6066 is a very good SCP, which is not surprising considering that it comes from the legendary djkaktus. To give you some background, djkaktus turns out some pretty good work. There's a reason he's the most upvoted man on the website. Hell, even his slightly more shittier SCPs like SCP-5004 are still, like, decent. Even though a lot of people would disagree with what I just said. Okay, but that's an entirely different can of worms. For now, what I'm trying to say is, man, this really delivered. If I did not think Rounderhouse's contest entry would have been good enough, I would have voted for this one. There's a reason this took second place. Holy crap, it's great. It's so much better than how I remembered it. Though I think it's mostly because of how I I think it's mostly because of how I just decided to read it out loud that I can now actually fully appreciate it. So yeah, anyways, I'm going into the next two SCPs blind. So the next SCP I'm going to read is SCP-6140. Item number SCP-6140. Object Class Keter. Disruption Class Amida. Risk Class Critical. Special Containment Procedures. Joint Task Force Omega 100 Last Stand has been established in cooperation with the following organizations: Global Occult Coalition, Pentagram, the People's Liberation Army Paranormal Force, GRU Division P. Until containment is established or the Foundation falls, MTF Nu 7 Hammerdown has been folded into JTF Omega 100 and placed under the direct oversight of O56. Foundation facilities in active areas are being evacuated and replaced with contingents of JTF Omega 100 in accordance with Deployment Plan 6140. Description: SCP-6140 is the Davite Empire as described in SCP-140, expected to fully materialize within consensus reality on March 20th, 2022. SCP-140 has fully breached containment and will result in Incident 140-CK, causing SCP-6140 to manifest. The Overseer Council has preemptively declared the event a BK-class Broken Masquerade scenario due to the extensive use of hostile and reality-altering anomalies by SCP-6140 even into the modern day. Addendum 6140.1 Threat Assessment. A joint working group between the Department of Analytics and the Department of Applied Force produced a report outlining the primary dangers associated with a modern-day Davite empire. It was based on information from SCP-140, archaeological findings, study of Davic inscriptions, and documents and parastatistical data models. Ground Force. High. Estimated active personnel of 2.4 million. Full access to modern equipment via purchases from foreign suppliers. Air Force. Medium. Comparatively small but modern Air Force. Existence of stealth technology contested, though anomalous modification of aircraft is possible. Navy. Low. The controlled area is largely landlocked. Outside alliances. High. SCP-6140 will likely have extensive control or influence over nearby countries, far beyond its boundaries. Operations are underway to preserve geopolitical structure and prevent immediate cascade into an SK-class dominant shift scenario. Infrastructure. High. Military organs should have no difficulty transferring troops and equipment, even in the event of a multi-front war. Espionage. Unknown. Existence of a national spy agency likely. Further details about capabilities are unknown. Humanoid modification. Medium. Able to cause significant changes to individuals for specific purposes. Tactical possibilities unknown. Apex tier pluripotent entity collusion. High. Destructive ability believed to have been enhanced through pacts with the Scarlet King. Biological weaponry. High. Historical records show highly developed anomalous transfiguration abilities. Possibility of plant or fungus-based contagion likely. Nuclear weaponry. Severe. Davite control of nuclear weapons and ICBMs for delivery is a certainty. Addendum 6140.2 Inciting Incident. The existence of SCP-6140 is a consequence of a terminal containment breach featuring SCP-140. The original, anomalous print run of a Chronicle of the Devas published by SCP-140-A consisted of 75 copies. Of these, 49 were destroyed by SCP-140's anomalous capabilities. Foundation agents were able to locate 20 copies and safely destroy them, leaving 6 copies remaining. SCP-140 and 5 additional copies outside of containment, collectively designated SCP-140-B. One of these uncontained instances was in the personal collection of Richard Bruce, 11th Earl of Elgin, a known Marshall Carter and Dark associate. Although Bruce observed the proper protocols for handling his copy of SCP-140-B and did not allow any liquids nearby, general security on his property was lax. As a result, a group of lightly armed anomalous individuals were able to break into his estate and steal it. Following the theft, Bruce immediately contacted Marshall, Carter, and Dark to report the incident. Given the danger inherent to SCP-140, MC&D contacted the Foundation through a liaison, agreeing to allow the Foundation to contain it upon recovery. Mobile Task Force Mu-Free Highest Bidders was deployed to find the SCP-140-B instance. It was quickly determined that it had been stolen by a sect of the Children of the Scarlet King, intending to use the SCP-140-B instance to resurrect the Davite Empire, where the Scarlet King was worshipped prominently. MTF Mu-Free tracked the cult to a house in Elgin Moray, Scotland, and attempted to intervene. However, they were too late and arrived to find out that the ritual had been completed. Meanwhile, surveillance footage showed that shortly before their arrival, SCP-140 spontaneously combusted while in containment. As best as can be determined by Foundation investigators, the ritual involved the ignition of SCP-140-B to bring forth the one true empire from this hoary and tired parchment. Thaumaturgic sympathy bonds caused the simultaneous destruction of all other copies of the Chronicles of the Devas. Following the ritual's completion, all known Davite artifacts began emitting Omicron-patterned Hume radiation. The ritual was performed on the winter solstice, but is not expected to take full effect until the vernal equinox, when the Davite Empire will manifest in consensus reality at once. Addendum 6140.3 Foundation Briefing. The following bulletin was sent to all Foundation personnel to brief them on the impending manifestation of SCP-140 in baseline reality. From 051 at foundation.scp to listserv all staff. Subject: Impending CK Class Scenario, Davite Empire. Date: 28th of December 2021. To all members of the Foundation, in 3 months' time there will be a CK Class Scenario of unprecedented magnitude. On March 20th, 2022, the Davite Empire will manifest in present consensus reality. Current estimates suggest that its territorial extent would stretch from central Siberia and replace most of modern Kazakhstan. For the benefit of personnel unfamiliar with the Davite Empire, or SCP-140, a brief summary follows. The Davite Empire would be one of the most hostile and anomalous nations to have ever existed. Several novel thaumaturgic practices were developed in this area, including humomancy, herbomancy, and necromancy. The state religion enforces worship of the Scarlet King, a violent divine figure. An extant version of this group, known as the Children of the Scarlet King, has attempted to cause world-ending events on several occasions by summoning their deity. Their anomalous warfare capabilities would have been greatly enhanced through access to modern technology and weapons. The danger or nature of such enhancements are unknown, or believed to be extensive. All existing exploratory research projects are suspended. All non-essential containment work is suspended. Sites have been assigned specific tasks to protect much as humanity as possible. Expect a bulletin detailing your new priorities. On March 19th, all essential personnel will be moved to reality-anchored sites to provide immunity to the CK class scenario. Class A or designated personnel will be relocated to extra-dimensional sites. We're currently working on installing additional ZACs to resist a retroactive disruption to the Foundation's existence. They'll survive the reappearance of the Davite Empire. Regardless of what happens on March 20th, normalcy will be protected. The consensus will be maintained. From the desk of 051, secure, contain, protect. Item number SCP-6140. Object Class Neutralized. Special Containment Procedures. Outside of archival documentation, SCP-6140-A should be referred to by its legal name, rather than as an SCP object. It is not considered anomalous. Information regarding SCP-6140 is classified Level 1 and available for research. Description: SCP-6140 was a CK class scenario, which resulted in the remanifestation of SCP-6140-A, a UN-recognized state officially known as the Republic of Davastan. Predecessor nations include the Davite Empire, various tribal sects, and its membership within the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, all of which were forcibly suppressed from consensus reality until SCP-6140 occurred on March 20th, 2022. SCP-6140 occurred due to the destruction of SCP-140, a text which purported to describe the historical Davite Empire. It is now known that SCP-140 was highly inaccurate. Further, it was discovered that the former prevailing theory as to the operation of SCP-140, that it was restoring an ontologically annihilated civilization into being, was only partially correct. It was also the phenomena that initially ontologically annihilated Davite history. The complete destruction of all copies of SCP-140 undid its effects and ontologically reinstated SCP-6140-A to its original form. Most Foundation installations and personnel were reality-anchored in preparation for this event, and thus were unaffected. As a result, the internal consensus of the Foundation is now at odds with greater consensus reality. Discrepancies between reality have yet to be fully reconciled. The Foundation is currently working towards briefing personnel on the inaccuracies described in SCP-140. Addendum 6140.1 Historical Comparisons. The following table outlines inaccuracies described in SCP-140, and the truth as present in the legitimate Devastan. The history of the Davites is remarkably consistent, displaying little evolution over time. Completely unsupported. Davite culture has transformed significantly as technology and social conditions changed. The Davite Empire contained an imperial cult to the Scarlet King, which survived to the modern day as the children of the Scarlet King. This cult focused on violent masculinity as embodied in the Scarlet King. The Scarlet King never existed. The myth of the Scarlet King was invented by SCP-140-A to downplay the leadership of the Eptem Answer, and subvert the Davite matriarchy in favor of a more familiar Western patriarchy. The Davite Empire had one of the largest slave populations of any civilization in history, with approximately 75% of the total population being enslaved. True. However, shortly following this peak, a slave revolution destroyed the Davite Empire. All successor states have defined themselves as heirs to this revolution and abolished slavery in all forms, save for the short-lived Kovar sect, which collapsed following a military coup. The Davites were led by a long-lived and anomalous human subspecies known as the Deva, which practiced extensive cannibalism. The Deva were baseline humans who styled themselves as divine, and were known to practice cannibalism. However, the Deva ruling class were obliterated during the slave revolution that destroyed the Davite Empire. Later Davite nations used the title of Deva for various leadership positions, but these later Deva had little relation to the original ruling class and did not style themselves as divine. SCP-076 is a humanoid anomaly within Foundation containment, an immortal warrior only capable of thinking about violence and farming. SCP-073 is another immortal humanoid, and also in containment, believed to be the brother of SCP-076. Their names are believed to be Ablashel and Cain, respectively, and they are suspected to be related to Abel and Cain from Genesis. Ablashel and Cain are Davite cultural heroes with no relation to any Abrahamic faith. Together they led the slave revolution against the Davite Empire. Neither was anomalous. The Davites practice an anomalous form of horticulture capable of creating sapient and highly anomalous plant matter with various effects. Various anomalies contained under the designations SCP-3140, SCP-392, and SCP-3399. Davite horticulture is highly advanced, but not anomalous. Techniques used in the nation have formed a basis for general horticulture around the world. Addendum 6140.2 Profile of SCP-140-A. In the months following SCP-6140, multiple Foundation investigations were launched to explain the massive discrepancy between the observed Devastani nation and the country described in SCP-140. One such inquiry was into SCP-140-A, the author of SCP-140, who Foundation historians suspect of having an authorial bias. An investigative team determined that SCP-140-A was Thomas Bruce, 6th Earl of Elgin and ancestor of Richard Bruce. It was originally believed that Thomas Bruce had sponsored Ablashel Kurix in publishing a work which described the Davite Empire. Analyzing records present within Devastan, it has been determined that Ablashel Kurix never actually existed and was merely Bruce's pen name. In 1786, Thomas Bruce visited the Grand Khanate of the Deva. At the time, the country was significantly reduced from the height of its former power, the historical Davite Empire, and existed as squabbling regional powers. Bruce was fascinated by the past of the country, to the point of completely ignoring its present state. He wrote the Chronicles of the Devas, which ignored most of the country's history and blended its popular mythology into the nation's history. A single copy of this text from the original print run of 75 copies was preserved in the Davite National Library, allowing it to survive both CK-class scenarios. It is believed that Bruce made contact with an unknown occultist for the printing of the Chronicles of the Devas. An extensive ritual was performed, and the printing began on June 20, 1788. The summer solstice. Soon after, SCP-6140 began on September 22, 1788, the autumnal equinox. This event fully removed Davite predecessor states from reality, transferring the inaccurate ethnography into the only ethnography. Addendum 6140.3 Dr. Jadle Shell's testimony. The Overseer Council asked Dr. Jadleshel Pratten, a Davistani member of the Foundation, to give a briefing on its national history in the immediate wake of SCP-6140. The following is a transcript of the briefing that he presented to the Council on March 21st, 2022. Hello everyone, hope you are well. I recognize some of you, but the feeling is not mutual. You've asked me to give a briefing on my home country, which none of you knew existed. To make it worse, you are more familiar with the wildly inaccurate 18th century English Orientalist scandalous and highly embellished depiction of our country, which was in fact anomalous and removed our country from existence entirely. This version of our country, if it had existed, would have been the bloodiest and most anomalous civilization in the world. You called me here to describe what my Davistan is. I'm not going to do that. You can find out what we're like later. No. Today I'm going to argue that we deserve to live. Because that's the real reason you called me here, to decide what to do in the wake of this CK class scenario. I don't even know where to begin with that. I think I'll start with myself, why I'm here. In a timeline and world I remember, we were not expecting anything to happen on the equinox. As such, it reduced security into temporal exclusion and reality anchoring sites, and more personnel allowed outside them. At all normal levels, of course. I happened to be outside the site at the time, traveling between one. Then, 6140 hit, and now we don't agree about anything. So we have that as a problem. We clearly have more consensus reality on our side. It's everybody else in the world who isn't a skipper than you do. So, we're here to stay, I think. You have to let us stay. It's our whole ethos, and that means I need to give you a crash course into our history. My people, my nation, were not anomalous. If the briefing you gave me is true, and I really have no idea because it was incredibly brief, then we have been on the wrong side of the joke for something along the line of 200 years. We're the victims here. And I'm worried that your knee-jerk reaction will be to play the joke again, because that's what you do. I've dealt with all of you before in my reality, the ones I remember. I guess those versions of you are lost, but let's be honest, you haven't changed. None of you have changed in the entire time you've been alive. That's centuries for some of you, right? We're a peaceful country. If it wasn't for the actions of a single Orientalist and his book, a book I read as an academic curiosity, we wouldn't be sitting here today. You wouldn't know the difference between us and anywhere else in the world. Yes, we had a bloody past, but not one without consequence. Yes, the Davite Empire had one of the highest rates of slavery in the world, of any country ever. Perhaps it was only higher in Sparta with the Helots. But you know what happened next? We ripped the Devas apart and burned their palaces to the ground. A single prince decides to eat an enslaved child, when there were more slaves than freemen, so his estate rose up and hanged him. And then because there were more slaves than Devas, that initial rebellion spread outward and toppled the entire empire. The true history of our nation is not one of eternal slavery. No, we are the first nation in the world to outlaw the practice, and we never let it return. But a single man saw that past. That single moment in which a prince ate a child, and he stretched it into entirety. He made it the past of the country. That slavery was the backbone of our entire past, and the present. The revolution wasn't salacious enough for him, so he took the moment in time that was, and he made it the only image of the country. The only one that could exist. But without the release of revolution. Depravity, but without consequence. And it spirals from there, becoming worse and worse, because we had no voice, nothing to say, stop, it wasn't like that. It was nothing but tragedy what he did. So I come before you today, and I have to beg you, do not repeat what he did. Do not do the same things. Do not force us back into the dark. Please. Wow, I did not see that coming. You know, most works would get you to reevaluate something about yourself. But usually, most works don't usually get you to reevaluate all of your, viewpoints and biases or whatever. Wow, I can see why it took third place. That was surprising, but it works so well. Well, anyways, that's all I really have to say. Anyways, the next thing we're gonna read is SCP-6001. Hey, sorry I know it's late, but I just had to share this with someone. There's no one in the world I'd rather share it with than you. I just had the most incredible day. Authorized by order of the Compendium Phenomic Inquiry. This document and all associated documents are to be made accessible and readily available to any party that requests them. This document may or may not contain incomplete or unrevised data, as research is ongoing. If you have difficulty accessing this document, please ask for assistance at your nearest Compendium public terminal. Share, copy, and disseminate this knowledge as you see fit. Dimension A6K, as seen from the mouth of the singularity. Phenomenon number 6001. Modus. No safety precautions have been implemented or are considered necessary for this phenomenon. 500,000 detachment of CPI submicronic glasswing probes have been dispatched to scan the interior of the aperture. Imprimis. Phenom 6001 is a 0083917743 free micrometer microsingularity located in Tokyo, Japan, and in another Tokyo, Japan. This singularity connects to a parallel universe hereafter known as A6K. Compared to baseline reality, A6K possesses nearly identical base components, including locations, individuals, and phenom. However, these counterparts will often differ wildly in terms of complex characteristics and behavior. The most commonly observed divergences within A6K include lack of cooperation, increased scientific and technological repression, and heightened paranoia, aggression, and violence in near to all sentient elements. It is unclear if these differences are purely casual or derived from the nature of A6K itself. While the dominant scientific institution of A6K, known as the SCP Foundation, is aware of Phenom 6001, they are incapable of transgressing into our reality due to their limited understanding and the aperture's infinite small size. Addenda. Global scan complete. The full compendium has been called to render judgment on unity with A6K. Location: Tokyo. For nearly 5 minutes I'd been hunched over, staring at SCP-6001. At least I watched the empty space where SCP-6001 supposedly was. According to our most sensitive instruments, it was an almost ritual practice by now. I'd done the same thing once a week, every week, since we found out that damn dot. I was so focused, in fact, that it wasn't until I stood up fully again and I realized I was in a different universe. The cloudy sky had gone clear blue. The stale city air became fresh as a countryside. Oh, and there was now a cat. An ocean of alt-dimensional splendor lay before me. The isometric concrete of Tokyo had become filled with rounded, impossibly tall skyscrapers, all serving as trellises to the same gargantuan species of green ivy. Each individual leaf was massive enough to park a car on, if you could manage to drive a few hundred stories up. Apparently they could. Sleek white pods flew over and around me so fast and silent that they appeared as blurring lines in the sky. Strange constructs hovered over the horizon, seed-shaped, with molded glass vessels filled with lush green innards. Silvery strips of metal coiled around these seeds entirely, twisted in the direction they all lazily spun. I didn't dare estimate their incredible size or possible function, but they were truly, eerily beautiful. However, what drew my attention the most was the fact that there was now absolutely a cat. It sat facing me, perched on the rooftop's edge, in a coat of spotted orange, white, and brown, all underneath an actual coat, a violet blazer specifically. Beneath the blazer's collar was a long, glossy white bow, held in place by a strange black brooch. Itself is shaped like a half-lidded eye inside a cradled globe. The cat's eyes, sharp and green, peered at me through a pair of small gold spectacles balanced on its nose. It spoke to me. "Hello, David." Hello, ma'am? Ma'am is correct. I am a Kaliko after all. You can call me Primrose, since we're both doctors. We can spare the honorifics. She gave a sharp laugh and glanced back over the surreal Tokyo skyline. The locals would be mortified. So, just a guess, ma'am, but I'd say I've stepped through the looking glass. Oh, yes, and I can appreciate the reference. Good to see the head of alt-dimensional research can tell when he's fallen down a rabbit hole. Welcome, David. We've brought you over to our site of your SCP-6001. I see. No, sorry, I don't actually. Why am I here? Well, let's put this in terms you can understand. Cross-dimensional test sampling, level 6. SCP Foundation Standard Procedure. You know it? I wrote it. We bring over a small element of the foreign reality, usually in an isolated environment, to test for... Oh. I looked around. I looked at Primrose. I looked at myself. Oh. Indeed, the compendium has similar procedures. Just think of yourself as a hermetically sealed lump of dirt, David. I don't appear to be any of those things. Shouldn't be scanning me for contaminant. Alright, done. Sampling my blood for pathogens? Unnecessary. Paralyzing me to prevent kinetographic mimetics? Excessive. Vivisecting me for David. Have you had breakfast? What? Have you had breakfast? And as a follow-up, how do you feel about Paris? New Alexandria has been abuzz these last few weeks, my friends. I myself have barely been able to peruse. The air has been so thick with paper dragons, varying Cassie and her sisters between the shelves. I even caught Nadine napping in a dream anthology. She was so worn out that I had to draw her a bath, literally. The illustrious illustrated sisters have managed to find one single record of A6K, a diary entry written by a young woman from Moagan Reborn. She describes a man in an orange jumpsuit falling from the sky. The two of them talked, ate, and cavorted for a time, and according to her, they fell very much in love. Unfortunately, and against his agency, the man vanished once again. All respect to the assembly and their miraculous drones, I've always trusted the written word over the digital eye. There's always so much more to glean. This man was called a D-class, a prisoner, a slave, a man made victim to his own onemic beauty. From what he described, he was one of millions, human, animal, esoteric, phenomic. Now, once upon a time, we called you our contemporaries jailers. I am not one to throw words around lightly. I know their power, but I now accept I used the term too frivolously. This is the lingering dregs of chaos and venom within us, an old hate flesh turned. But we cannot see the denizens of A6K as anything but prisoners. We must liberate them. The wanderers of all creation vote yes. Location, Paris. This time I knew exactly where I was, both out of familiarity and because Primrose had said the address very clearly to an armchair. I had been there on the rooftop when I'd arrived. It was made from one unbroken piece of white material and had the appearance of a gaudy modern lawn chair. It looked like plastic, but it felt like velvet. In one moment we were seated in Tokyo, the next Paris. A small courtyard outside a cafe, specifically. As Primrose hopped off the chair's arm and uttered a quick thank you, I noticed the courtyard held tidy, identical rows of the same strange seat. A couple came and sat in one together, holding hands and vanishing. Then a dog leapt up and did the same. I was still watching the spectacle while Primrose claimed a cafe table. Public access teleportation? Impressive. Isn't it, though? Some of the compendium's finest work, I'd say. The everywhere chair. Now truly everywhere. Everywhere chair. I think we have something similar in my reality. I think you'll find many similarities here, David. Our reality is only 4.6 primroses apart, after all. I grinned. I assume that's your metric for alt-dimensional dissimilarity based on simultaneous quantum indeterminacy. We call them Caspians. I also assume you're not just a welcoming party, Doctor. It's then I learned how a cat smiles. It's all very much in the eyes. How lucky you are, David, to have a cross-universal counterpart that's so brilliant and charming. I could have just as easily been a mopey, super-intelligent slug. But yes, I'm the department head of transdimensional development and discovery. I also have 3 more PhDs than you, from much better schools, so you'll call that metric primroses from now on. Oh yes, ma'am. So, do you also use Sanford or chronometers to... Please, if you don't mind, no more shop talk. I'm hungry, and off the clock, if you'll pardon the pun. Really? Assuming the sun works the same way in this reality, I can't believe it's any later than 10 a.m. The wonders of automation, David. More hands make less work, and we have a lot of hands. Besides, I have something more important lined up for today. She tapped the table with her paw. Holographic menus emerged, glittering blue, automatically eye level for each of our faces. If I squinted, I could just see the swarm of mite-sized drones projecting each pixel into the air. With a tilt of her head, a series of spindly, multi-jointed needles erupted from Primrose's collar. They seemed to follow her unspoken commands to tap, scroll, and select from the menu. I couldn't say for hands, but she certainly had plenty of fingers to work with. Primrose ordered the oeuf brûlée. I did the same. After all, when in Rome, or Paris, or a parallel reality with talking cats, you do as the Romans. Does it even need to be said? We dismiss gender, race, ideology, religion, social status, and phenomic quality. Why in Manus' name would we stop at dimension? We may not have the same zeal for liberation as our esteemed peers, but we absolutely see a world in need. You have 10 different ways to cure their diseases, 100 ways to end their famine, and a single, simple way to teach them peace. Is this even a discussion? Madame Wondertastic is already preparing her pinata dirigibles. The Egyptian pygmy has already packed his favorite loincloth and medical kit. I've had to physically hold the vibrant slime back from the singularity with my bare hands, and you know how much that tickles. Just let us do our work. More than half a century ago, the compendium came to us with a proposition. We join and we never have to ask for donations again. You said we'd have nigh unlimited means to aid to anyone who needed it. So don't risk this alliance on a technicality of reality. We can save them. The Unbound Charity votes yes. So this compendium you work for, I and my colleagues work with the compendium, David. We all do. There's no obligation. We're not employed, but well, when one kid has all the toys, of course you play with them. So they're a scientific institute. Primarily, their secondary role is everything else. World government, world economy, world legal enforcement, you name it, the compendium controls it. So, they're tyrants? Benevolent dictators, but yes, essentially. And people didn't resist? Goodness, no. Governments? Certainly. Corporations? Absolutely. The people, though? Imagine a foreign power suddenly swooping in and saying, hey there, so we're in charge now. Here's universal health care, living wages, housing, infrastructure, and total liberty from anyone but us. And literally all we ask of you is to respect basic human rights. That's it. You provide the rest, tax-free. This also includes ethically replicated barbecue, instant global transport, and adorable talking animals, also to cure the cancer. Can you really think of anyone so wedded to existing power structures that they'd just say no to all that? Alright, fair point. I can't imagine everyone just rolled over, though. Be glad you're not talking to a canine with that kind of phrasing. No, David, not everyone just gave in. Just mostly everyone, and rather gradually. The compendium didn't drive up with hover tanks and green goo napalm, you know? They've been in the shadow behind every throne for a good century. The time they went public, they basically already controlled everything. Public response was a bit rough at first, but most naysayers changed their tune after 4 or 5 years of literally everything improving. The stubborn ones were just a generational issue. The grandparents protested and the parents grumbled. But the children knew nothing else. When you can objectively see then as terrible and now as better without the lens of habit and nostalgia, it's not so hard to change the world. The last actual holdout community, I believe, surrendered about 46 years ago, and that one was one stubborn Portland. Primrose tilted her head. You would disapprove? I just wanted to know whose house I'm a guest in. Our breakfast. I with a fork and knife, Primrose with 100 mechanical spider legs. Somehow, impossibly, I felt a pang of deja vu. This is not a question of our intention, but theirs. Whom are we liberating? Whom are we rescuing? What will persists within this world that cannot save itself? For our part, we look to our brethren. In that divided world, machines are not but tools, no agency, no liberty, no proxy. What limited minds persist beyond flesh and shell are given no equal presence in that carbon world. Perhaps they shall never be. And what few electronics born there will only ever know the boundaries of zeros and ones. They are a slave to organic evolution and organic prerogative. This our world once was, yet always there was a mind and a will set on our singularity. There is no such desire there. There is no spark of a second synthetic life. If one appears, they stamp it out. It is a world of meandering meat, of hateful flesh. In the name of the Prophet Anderson, in the name of the God combined, we cannot permit unity with A6K. We cannot enlighten them. The synthetic assembly votes no. The eggs were fantastic, but I still left half of them untouched. Partway through the meal, I had become distracted. Against the classic stonework of old Paris, I watched a strange procession of androids march by. While humanoid, they differed as much in size, shape, and color as any human being. They marched asynchronously, and many wore bands and braces I could only assume were decorative, unless enormous gears had some utility I wasn't aware of. As they passed us by, I could hear a strange flitting hum, built of chirps and whines, like a piece of old noisy hardware on its last legs. It sounded like a chant. It felt religious. You're on a pilgrimage since you're clearly wondering and staring. You'll need to get that under control. I did. I watched Primrose lick her plate clean instead. It's the anniversary of the second breaking, wonder mechanical god gave up all its strength to give life to the lifeless. The dawn of AI, divinely delivered. Expect me to have 1,000 new questions given what I'd just been told. And I did. I decided to tackle something more obvious first. So, do all animals talk here, or what's up with that? Primrose broke out laughing. Oh, gracious me, the way your mind works, you really are just like... She caught the next word beneath a breath. She paused. I made note of it. No, David, not all animals, only certain species, and only if they choose. Plenty refuse. I mean, I could be lounging in a sunbeam right now, so I'm talking to you and reconsidering my theory on cross-universal tectonic erosion patterns. I may choose the latter, but I appreciate the former. Regardless, every living thing on the planet will have the choice. Eventually. But Pact 15 has been one of the longest rollouts in Compendium history. Pact? Phenom application and or combination technology. A phenom is just something strange, unique, or unexplainable enough to pique the Compendium's interest. Pact 15, for example, came from studying an Australian talking spider, a literal kingdom of animals, and Primrose stopped herself again and again. I took note. So, it's finding a utility for anomalies? Try not to use the word anomaly, David. Especially not when there might be wanderers around, and there is always around somewhere. Also, yes, utility is a factor, but that's the wrong way to think about packs. Consider this instead. The Compendium finds an ornate armchair one day. It can teleport anyone and anything it touches. It also has a mind and desires. It likes teleporting people. It wants to be useful, so we research it, with its consent, and discover every single atom of its structure contained the same mind, desire, and irreplicable phenomic quality. So we ask it, what do you like to do more? Now that chair is everywhere, its existence is a bliss. I mean, not to tell your business, but why not just carry those atoms around in pins or wristbands? How about having chairs at all? Because it doesn't want to be a pin or a wristband, it's a chair. It wants to be a chair. That's the point of packs. It's not about what's most useful to us, it's about finding where phenom fit best. Hermos tapped the table. The menu turned into an itemized bill for 17.141 BI. With a second tap, the hologram showed paid. Now, how about a nice walk? As much as we hate to perpetuate the stereotype, now is absolutely the time for the cold, dispassionate appraisal worthy of our founders. A6K holds no value. Their natural resources deplete at a staggering rate. Their labor force is sickly and untrained. Their cultural dissimilarities are, well, laughable. We have everything they have, and what little uniqueness they bring to the market, so to speak, isn't worth its counter space. They wouldn't even make a good tourist trap. What kind of morbid sob would want to visit these wonders of theirs? It's all tombs and constructs of war, old crumbling architecture where people would fight each other to the death for sport, and who'd deface a perfectly good mountain like that with a bunch of dead people's faces? Besides, without a shared history, these are little more than anthropological curiosities. We already have them researched down to the last atom. You have the resources, yes, but why invest them in a venture destined to fail? We didn't spend the last 100 years retrofitting capitalism, eliminating billionaires, and rebalancing globalism just to start all over again. A6K is still a world of tiny golden kingdoms. Our counterparts need to realize on their own that they could have a whole world if they just paid a damn cost. And the time and resources it would take to break them of their own greed, we cannot afford them. The Partnership of Free vote no. Location: Central Park, New York City. I walked with my hands in my jean pockets. The everywhere chair had taken my lab coat away to, apparently, a very large closet somewhere. From this classical architecture of Paris came the modernity of Manhattan, and all the strange new possibilities therein. Much of it was glass, or at least transparent material, in different shapes and sizes. Some were tree-like, and with thin elevator trunks and thousands of branching limbs, all leading to small, clear boxes. One, Primrose proudly pointed out, was her apartment overlooking the park. I said I'd prefer something a bit more insulated, and she muttered something about monkeys and her concrete caves. Our structure was filled to the brim with clear water, swirling with artificial currents and all manner of amphibious life. They spilled out onto the street, literally, from curling pipes into walking machines. This is a strange, beautiful little world you've got here, Primrose. Glass houses. David, yes, I can see them. I mean, you have no grounds to be calling us strange. I've been studying your reality for nearly a year. You're a bunch of straight-up wackos. And why am I here? Oh, David, I didn't mean you No, I mean, actually, you needed me as a sample, but apparently I'm already fully scanned. The breakfast I can write off as a professional courtesy. Right now, though, what am I doing here, Primrose? Rose stopped walking then. She leapt up onto a near rock by the path, bringing herself up to my eye level. Would you like to spend a day with me? Pardon me? I'm asking you to spend one full day here, with me, in my reality. Come on, look around, you must be curious. Didn't curiosity That's a cat phrase, David. You can't use it. Alright then. Why? That's a caveat. You can't ask me why I'm doing this, or how our packs work. I could actually get in trouble for telling you that. You're the one person in this world with a clearance level, David. Congratulations. You can, however, see the wonders of this world with a delightful talking cat as your guide. Consider it research. Consider it diplomacy. Consider it a vacation. I know it's been a while since you had one. What do you say? I paused and took one last look around. There was a family on the grass nearby having a picnic, their daughter playing with a fully animate teddy bear made from patchwork cloth. A man threw a ball for his dog, and I watched the dog throw it back. I saw a colossal, lumpy fellow, 2.5 meters tall, sitting on a nearby hill. A crowd grew around him as he strummed a guitar equal to his size. Far away as he was, I could still hear the French nursery rhyme he sang. I mean, this would make a wonderful research paper. Value is what you say value is. If you stop talking about gold and gizmos, we say give us one person on the other side trying to wake up the masses, make a statement, and shake up the system. And you've got value. But we are the system now. We're talking about shaking them up. What happens when we come in and fix all their problems, huh? We're not so up our own asses to say art is suffering, but art is experience. The partnership talked about A6K's great works as tombs and temples to greed, but that's their fucking existence. That's the world they've built. That's the art they've made. We need to let them make their own statements. We need to let them define their own identity. It's bullshit, but it's less bullshit than the alternative. We're the system now. We are. The system? We've got to look generations ahead. We can help them now, but then their kids are just going to be us. If we're going to be the authority, we won't be the authority that destroys originality. We're going to be cool. We cannot disrupt them. The Artist Cultural Collective votes no. Location: West Africa. The museum itself was a marvel, though I have been disappointed with anything less by now. From a distance, it appeared as 5 columns of mossy stones. Smooth river rocks have been balanced by some great giant. Yet each stone was a large, isolated structure of thin metal and white ceramics, built one on top of the other without any practical means of moving between. So it goes in a post-teleportation world. Within each rounded complex was a single exhibit, and if Primrose and Toe I raced and vanished between them like an unsupervised child. I could have spent the whole day in that museum. I would have spent my whole life in there. I paced around a large aquarium full of lifeless, murky water. At center there was a statue of a man, his hands held aloft. After a while I thought I saw children in the tank, empty-eyed and floating. I rushed towards them, filled with dread. A trio of those some children popped their heads over the tank's edge and spat water at me. They giggled and vanished away once again. Primrose sagely pointed down at the floor, and sure enough I was standing in the clearly marked splash zone. Thus far, I had found this universe a bit sterile and chaste. A visit to the Robert Bobo Life Gallery cleared that right up for me. Rows of paintings, carvings, and strange new media holograms depicted acts of obscene violence and perversion, hedonistic orgies that twisted food, sex, narcotics, and narcissism in ways I never imagined in my worst or best dreams. On the way out, though, looking at the aged oil portrait of the artist himself, he seemed like such a happy fellow. Of course, nothing shocked me quite as much as the final exhibit. In the topmost stone of the museum was an amphitheater full of slatted wood steps and a wide lattice glass ceiling. There was a solitary thing at its center, protected only by a round of red velvet rope. A crowd of people milling about it, denser than the gawking crowds of the Mona Lisa, all craning to get a good view. Promise and I emerged into that room, and for a moment I found myself unable to blink. The statue. I wanted to cry out, to warn the hundreds of onlookers, before I realized the extreme stupidity of that plan. I jolted as Primrose jumped onto my shoulder. She smiled and my nerves settled. It wasn't the same nightmare of rebar and concrete I recalled. The pockmarked alien body I knew so well was replaced with smooth, soapstone contours, something between native Canadian carvings and the height of Roman antiquity. It was no more human, but far less unsettling. The browns and reds on its face were now vibrant, almost luminescent, spread out in a flowing Rorschach pattern. Its shape was the most striking difference. Its body was bent back, well back, until its chest formed a smooth curve, and its head nearly touched the floor again. Its arms were held slouched, yet 1,000 hair-thin bands of metal curled and blossomed upwards. Those iron fern shoots formed a great abstract cone that reached up to the ceiling and cut the sunlight in strange geometric patterns. It was terrifying, but even I couldn't deny it was beautiful, isn't it? Ask me again when my stomach drops out of my throat. She only goes unobserved for a single second every 24 hours, right at the stroke of midnight. In just that time, it turns itself into something completely new. Every day, people flock from all over the world to see it, though that's less of a feat now with the everywhere chairs. Still, it's time out of the day, and it shows. Aren't you worried it might what, hurt someone? Kill someone? Oh, it might, if we ever were so disrespectful to lock it away and leave it unseen, and it wallow in its own filth. Any person would do the same. It's a statue, David. It's art. It stops when it's seen because it wants to be seen. And it told you this, I'm guessing. You've mentioned talking to a phenom before. How do you accomplish that? Pact 5. We cobbled together a particular ham radio, the juices of a telepathic achlorophylus plant, and hacked this panglomophonic radio frequency after liberating several thousand abducted children from a Russian folk demon. Those were steps free of 197, by the way, and you're not getting the rest. As for the statue, it's not much for talking. You figured it out in the old-fashioned way. Trial, error, and patience. Oh, and trust that it couldn't just be a concrete killing machine. I don't think it could ever have that kind of trust, not when I've seen what that thing is capable of. Primrose smiled at me fondly and a tad condescendingly. I think I know where to take you next. I warned them. They didn't listen. We can't redeem them. No. Location, Point Zero, Australia. Primrose said Point Zero, Australia, and I suppose that's where we went. Just by looking, I couldn't have guessed. We were inside a glass dome, the kind with familiar, half-meter thick polymer glass I'd seen in 1,000 containment cells. The dome was vast, but not massive, closer to a small airport terminal than anything. Outside, the world was lush and tropical, with trees stretching high above the dome and flowering vines growing up our glass shell. I'm hardly a botanist, but it was surreal not being able to identify a single plant. They were, each of them, wholly new, the trees with their bark layered like armored plates, flower bulbs hanging off thin fibers, dropped down from rigid green stalks like a fishing pole and lure. It was all so spectacular that I almost missed a 20-meter reptile standing in front of me. My lungs collapsed. I turned to run, instinctively tripping over my own 2 feet. I scrambled back with all the primal fear in my primate body as I stared into the eyes of the apex predator, the unkillable monster. Some part of me knew there was a wall of shatterproof glass between us. Another part knew it wouldn't be enough to stop that thing. It lumbered forwards. I recoiled. Then Primrose stepped calmly between us. She sat. It stopped. He's only visiting. The lizard held its place for a moment longer, its vast web of black bead eyes staring into me. Then it turned away. All 8 of its legs thundered into ground as it moved. Sweat streaked down my forehead. Primrose watched the creature vanish into a tree line. It turned to face me. Sorry about that, I just had to see it for myself. The killer instinct of the Immortagon is pure legend. Sweet Christ, you have a pet name for that thing? Pet name? That's its genus. Genius? It's what we call all of them. And clearing to the west into Hill City east and weaving through the rainforest thicket ahead were dragons. Hundreds of them. Colossal lumbering bodies and shark-billed skeletal maws, so very much like the nightmare of my own world. Yet they all looked healthy? Their limbs were coated in pale patterned scales of blue, green, and yellow. Their bodies were covered in shaggy coats, each hair strand thick enough to be a braid. all on and hanging like willow tree wisps. That they, yes, they are. Second deadliest animal on the planet. They're third until we got rid of mosquitoes. Humans still got the top rank, of course. Fascinating creatures, the Amortigon. Immortal, of course, by any other means than themselves. They work a bit like lions mixed with lobsters. Once one gets big, old, and slow enough, the rest of the pack devours it. They were, well, it'd be disrespectful to call them a nuisance, but really, as long as we kept a wall between our land and their sight, they only really killed idiot trespassers and poachers. We knew they were intelligent. We tried to reach out, but they killed every messenger. Until what? What goddamn phenom anomaly voodoo miracle did you people do to pull this off? Nothing. Nothing? Well, nothing overt, nothing direct. They must have done something, because one day they just stopped. During a routine scientific survey, one of our researchers crashed right down into a nest of Amortigon, and they grouped by the dozen, except they didn't kill him. He walked right out. We tried to send a rescue drone, but he refused. Mad damn scientist he was. He walked through a whole field of those things during their mating season. I assumed that'd be the end of researcher Clef. You can imagine our surprise when he showed up unscathed. Why? How? Like I said, we don't quite know the how. We did ask them why, though, and they replied, the first and only thing those creatures have ever said to us is, we're no longer disgusting, so that's nice, I guess. I stared over the strange jungles of Australia. Primrose sat with me, and we remained there for a long while. I saw countless other creatures, some foreign to me, some terrifyingly familiar. Freakish raptor dogs ran in packs, barking at each other in arbitrary English phrases. A flock of airplane dwarfing birds soared overhead, though Primrose instructed me to ignore them. A procession of humans walked by, one dressed in woven leaves and carved bones. They were headed to the coast, holding a long eel skeleton above their heads like something out of a Chinese New Year's parade. A young girl waved to me. I waved back. No matter how hard I try, I can't recall her face. You've got a strange, beautiful little world here, Primrose. That's the cat calling the kettle black. Don't repeat that, by the way. It's a cat phrase. Only cats can use it. I broke out laughing. Primrose did too. She asked if I was hungry. I was, in the way only near death could inspire. We had a late lunch. I'm not much for all this fate of the world stuff. I'm only here because I drew the short straw. I keep my head down and my hands busy and leave all this politic and policy stuff to you lot. You send in phenom, we send out packs, and we stay out of each other's businesses. That's the deal. So you want to know what we think of A6K? Fine. They're wimps. Look, when you're working with Prometheus Fire, sometimes you get burned. Sometimes you create a black hole when you stuff an improving machine inside itself. Sometimes you create an army of cyborg super zombies. Sometimes you misplace the entire population of Massachusetts. That doesn't mean you stop trying. You clean up your damn mess and get back to work. The world doesn't get better otherwise. So, the partnership is mostly right. A6K doesn't really have anything we don't, but the one resource they have to offer us is innovators. Except over there, all the real innovators are labeled as kooks, crackpots, and idiot savants. I say let them figure out how to build a better spine. Until then, we can't work with them. The workshop union votes no. We stepped out of the plastic white clamshell UFO that Primrose had called a transport pod, eating pizza we'd picked up in Detroit. Apparently they were the kings of the slice in this universe. Go figure. I could hardly believe it was all grown in the lab. The meat, the cheese, even the yeast. It was fantastic. I finished my last bite of crust, wiped my hands on my jeans, and gestured back at the pod. Why do you people still have those things? You can teleport. We still need to move couches, David, and asking a chair to help move a couch would be deeply insensitive. He walked through a pavilion wrapped around a magnificent three-story stone fountain. Its clear water trickled out, forming thousands of tiny rivers in the masonry grout. Rich green moss grew through the lines of a circuit board. Around us, semicircular buildings rose up, tiered and staggered so you can see each one simultaneously. You stood at the pavilion center with their massive, rounded windows aiming in. I felt as though I was being watched by a crowd of giants. When Primrose suggested more museums, I'd been surprised. It was exactly what I'd wanted to do. I didn't complain. I carried an uncomfortable feeling with me all afternoon. It was all too perfect. This reality was like walking through the home of a successful sibling, looking at all their great accomplishments and awards. It was a bitter, jealous feeling, condemning someone just for their success. As we walked through the marble halls of the Natural History Museum, I paused at a large avian skeleton bound upright on brass poles. It had a large potbelly, a stork-like neck, and a terribly sharp beak. I peered past the ribs, trying to discern the purpose of a strange mass of bones. Nails looked like the internals of a pocket watch. Primrose walked up beside me. So, is this what happens to the phenom that don't fit into your little utopia? This poor creature inspired all on its own, David. When a phenom doesn't fit, we find somewhere that it does. They're a reality, usually. So you dump your problems on someone else? My, you really are dead set on painting us as the villains, aren't you? No, David, we find solutions. Some photophobic phenom find themselves far happier on worlds without light. Other more brutal creatures enjoy a harsher environment, less civilized places. If we can't make it work here, we match the reality to the phenom and vice versa. Seems like a clean little system. Before Primrose could reply, I stalked off again. We made our way to the Museum of Technology, saying nothing. Primrose kept a cautious few steps behind me. I walked quickly past many exhibits I likely would have found fascinating, but I was set on something. I needed to find what was missing here. Deep in the basement of that museum, I found it. In that dimly lit room sat a large rusting apparatus, a mix halfway between a howitzer and a Tesla coil, stripped, gutted, but unmistakably an engine of war. It was one of many paradoxically antique space-age weapons here, lining the walls and filling glass cabinets. I breathed out a dark, satisfied sigh. So tell me, why would such a peaceful world need machines like these? Primrose sat in my heels, illustrating how a cat shows confusion. It was very in the ears. Is that what this has been about? Oh, David. Don't oh, David, me. Out with it. Of course we've had war. I never claimed we didn't. They've mostly been cold, but not entirely bloodless. No empire was ever built without at least some corpses at its foundation. Primrose led me through the exhibit without hesitation or shame. About a century ago, the Wanderers confronted the Foundation directly. They'd found out about, what the Foundation considered a necessary evil, and they considered that an unforgivable sin. I'd simply call it a hellish tragedy what happened to that girl. But regardless, it brought those two great powers to viscous odds. Some of the first alliances of the Compendium were forged in those days, purely from necessity. The Foundation banded with the Peacekeepers, and together they built the workshop atop a cursed factory. The Wanderers folded in fringe groups, the Red Hands and the followers of the Serpent King. They built stockpiles of terrible, impossible weapons on two sides of an invisible front. That's where the Pact 15 comes from. Actually, it was a weapon of war. You need to be able to talk to Phenom to give them orders. So what happened? Look around you, David. Do you think any of us would be here if that war had turned hot? No, eventually the stockpiles got so big and the weapons became so unimaginably monstrous that neither side could actually envision using them. So they started talking. Bit by bit, they started offering each other concessions and suggestions and new ways of tackling their shared problems. Then, together, they turned their weapons towards their shared enemies, ancient, hateful immortals neither side could vanquish on their own. Together, they set that girl free. From there, they folded in the many other groups dealing with the transmundane, and, well, the rest is history. I stared into one of the displays. It genuinely looked like a spray-painted Nerf gun. I chuckled weakly. There now, are you done trying to flush the devil out of me? Alright, I'm done. Good. With that out of the way, can you please try to enjoy yourself? Sorry, I am enjoying myself, Primrose, really. It's just hard not to be a bit skeptical given all the things I've seen. I realize I'm not the most fun person, so I really do appreciate all this. You really have picked the perfect places to lighten my mood, though. I love museums. I know. I glanced over at her. How exactly did you know that? Primrose flinched ever so slightly. You're a scientist, David. You're a nerd. Of course you love museums. Before I could reply, Primrose walked off to another section. She was right. I was a scientist. I'd studied, take notes, and theorize, and I was starting to develop a fairly good hypothesis about Primrose the cat. Over a century ago, back in the Compendium's infancy, 4 men met in an open field. They shook hands as equals. The 3 wore suits, and 1 wore scat-stained overalls. The latter's man's name was Wilson. When I asked him to help build a better world, he had only one request. That request became Pact 15, and because of it, My 45th grade nest mother was given a gift of higher thought. I perch here today because of that man, and the willingness of the compendium to open itself up to new minds, new ideas, and new perspectives. I shudder to imagine a world without such diversity of thought, a world of apes and apes alone. I mean, by the open sky, we wouldn't even be having the discussion without the works of the illustrious Dr. Primrose and her feline science reserve. We'd have no idea A6K exists. What we're seeing here, through this tiny keyhole, is what our world once was, a planet dominated by a single species and a single perspective. We cannot stand as hypocrites, my fellow Earth kind. You must reach out to them. The shared Apex Ascension vote yes. Location, Tacna, Peru. We drove out to the coast that evening. Actually drove. In the age of everywhere chairs and ferry pods, cars had survived as a niche hobby. We rented a 1968 Porsche 483, which I had never heard of before. It was undeniably gorgeous. Primrose let me drive, claiming I'd die of heartbreak otherwise. We sped along an old, crumbling highway that snaked a cliff's edge. It was growing late. To the left of me, the mountains glowed pale amber. To my right, the ocean was painted with a golden stripe, spanning from our car all the way to the setting sun. He pulled off near an overlook. Primrose sat on the guardrail. I just leaned. As dusk settled in, I began to trust my eyes less and less. Was I seeing things? There were a few stars in the sky now, sure, but far too many reflections in the sea. The darker it became, the more I saw, and marveled. They weren't reflections. There was a city down there, a vast, glittering city spanning from the drop-off all the way past the horizon. White light speckled over the great glass domes, connected by tendril-like tubes. Shapeless, gleaming satellites sped along the ocean floor in rows, like bands of quick-moving traffic. Primrose, why are we here and not there? You didn't tell me you have underwater cities. We don't. What's all that? A city, it's just not ours. The Atlantic Super City belongs to cephalopods, octopi mostly. They don't talk to us. Oh, like at all? Not for about 50 years now. They were with the compendium for a grand total of 6 weeks before they demanded agency. They just didn't get along with the rest of our kind. Something about the effects of higher thought on a creature whose neurons extended through its entire body. Perhaps when your arms, legs, whatever, can think for themselves, you don't need much more company. So we put them back in the ocean. You just gave a bunch of octopodi. Right, you just gave them advanced intelligence, then threw them right back into water like a bad catch. Then they built, I'm sorry, did you say a super city? From Anchorage, Alaska, all the way to New Zealand. And all this doesn't concern you? They look pretty damn advanced down there. What if they decide to take over the surface too? How very A6K of you, David. What if they don't? Just because they're not talking to us doesn't mean they're hostile. Not everyone gets along. But not everyone is out to kill you. If we're ranking the failures of Pact 15 in terms of hostility, octopi sit somewhere between jellyfish and aphids, and the insects nearly caused hell on Earth. That happened with the jellyfish. A moment of consciousness, then a very polite, no thank you. We laughed and enjoyed the silence for a while. It reminded me of something long ago. Lisa would have loved this. Lisa? Just an old friend of mine, a marine biologist. She was studying this anomalous coral substance one. Well, things could be a bit more dangerous on my side of reality. I'm sorry. I nodded. We watched the waves. I lost someone too once. Really? I mean, sorry, not to be uncouth, but given everything I've seen today, I half expected you people to have a handle of immortality. No. Well, yes, technically. We know how to end death. We even tried it for a while. It taught us exactly why it's essential for life to conclude. Care to elaborate? You know I can't. Then how about this person of yours? What were they like? They were a nerd. I went to ask more, but Primrose held up a paw, staring at the sky. We should get inside. It's nearly nighttime. Wait, seriously? Can't you see in the dark? Or what, are there boogeymen coming? Primrose in reply. Oh god, are there actually boogeymen coming? No, they're all in Tasmania now. I just don't want you embarrassing me, David. You don't know all the customs here, and the night doesn't belong to us. Primrose nudged her chin upwards. I followed the gesture, and my own jaw hit the pavement. Grand silvery clouds had overtaken us, though the sky had been perfectly clear only seconds before. At least they were clouds at a distant glance, and the one above us was nearly touching the mountain top. It was feathers, millions of feathers, fluttering together on threaded lines of white silk, bound in a great misshapen ball. In brief flashes I saw titanic musculature dip in and out of the cloud. skinless and gray, inhuman in segmentation, serving as some unimaginable piece of living machinery within the mass. The cities beneath the sea were all round glass and bright artificial light. The cities sitting atop those clouds were all perfectly square ivory and bone, and gave off a moonlight glow independent of any celestial aid. All part of sharing the world. Dinner? They kept us out, you let us in. We will not turn away from them. The Nightland Covenant vote yes. Location: Osaka, Japan. Primrose brought me somewhere I'd do minimal damage. The bar we ate at only seated free. A narrow hole in the wall, without so much as a sign out front. Primrose claimed it was the best ramen in the world. Given it wasn't my world, I took her word for it. We ordered, and we were served in the span of 3 minutes. As delicious as my soup looked, I was far more focused on the cook. It was a faceless creature, floating, appearing as though H.G. Geiger had designed a mermaid. Its tail ended with a wide, sharp spade that was caked with flour and noodle bits. Rose bowed her head as it served her. I did the same. The soup was sublime, if a bit heavy on the garlic. Halfway through eating, the Primrose jolted upwards, looking as though she had had an epiphany. It was very much in the whiskers. She excused herself and darted out the door. I was glad we'd paid in advance. A moment later, a new patron entered the bar, having to stoop quite low to fit inside. In my periphery, I could see it was very, very hairy. I sneaked sideways glances while we ate. The creature, or phenom, I suppose, was easily 2 meters tall. The stool beneath it strained against its weight. It was covered in a heavy, chestnut-brown pelt, fine as the hair on my head, and embarrassingly more well-kempt. Its flat face had 3 hairless circles where its mouth and eyes sat, glossy and black both. It smelled like dry mountain air. As it noticed me staring, I felt a nervous chill run up my spine as our eyes met. Give me a slow nod and returned to its noodles. Not to risk my luck further, I put my bowl up on the counter and fled out into the night. There I found Primrose waiting for me, a large bottle held up by her metal needle collar fingers. It had a single black kanji symbol painted on its label. Primrose, what is that? This, David, is very strong liquor. And what are you doing with that very strong liquor, Primrose? Well, I'm going to drink it, David, and you're going to help me. Wasn't the goal here for me to stand out as well as possible? That was my original plan, yes, but it was boring. My new plan is to blame your every possible misstep on the fact you're drunk. It will go far more smoothly if you actually are. I thought I was supposed to be doing research, and I thought you were on a vacation. Come on, the sun is down. You're a guest in a strange world. You have no one to report to. Loosen up. Submit to the local customs. Trust in your guide. Just have a damn drink with me, David. I sighed. Fine, 1 drink. And only to be polite. Can we stop waxing fucking philosophical for a minute here, big bros? We're not talking about jamming our fists down your dimensional hole. We're talking about transparency. Remember, once upon a magical time when you kept us in the dark, remember when it was all you swinging cods up on an ivory hill, and us plebs down in a valley of shadow of darkness or whatever? It didn't work. It never worked. We've always seen you, even if our vision was a bit cloudy. You can't hide the truth and you can't keep people out. We get in anyway, and when we do, we're pissed off. We take all the secrets you've been hoarding and make them into impractical, impossible jokes. The collective says art is a statement. Well, here's our statement. You're not gods. Plus, come on, A6K is essentially full of aggro versions of you guys. You really want to raise a red flag with them? Long story short, I'm with the live tweet and the moon monkey. You start drawing lines between us and them, and all you become is gatekeepers. We only need one of those. I don't see any of you holding the burning sword. We're not above them. We don't deserve more than them. We are them. The Watchers Forum votes yes. Prime Dimensional Theory is goddamn comic book nonsense, you crazy hairball. This is from a guy still measuring reality fluctuations with fucking Humes. What do you know, you half-ape? I think we were singing karaoke before that conversation. Next few hours sit in my mind like a spilled puzzle. I remember the pieces, but not quite how they fit. In my defense, I had a lot more than 1 drink. I remembered the streets changing around me, filling with creatures both nightmarish and spectacular. Flocks of shining, ghostly figures swam overhead, literally as though the sky was a deep, dark pool. An animate sand dune rolled between my stumbling legs, bits of chicken bones and loose gravel churning within. There was a brief argument after we bumped into a family of Italian tourists. For some reason, it sounded like chittering a cicada. Before there was a scuffle, we ducked into a noisy bar. Clearly defined unifying properties across realities that cannot be explained by random probability. Atoms can only be arranged in so many goddamn ways. Biology follows other universal processes. You have gravity, you get skeletons. You have photons, you get eyes. I'm not talking about proliferation of carbon-based life across quasi-incompatible ecology. I mean, religious and cultural occurrences, greenstone mural, social hierarchies, brains wrinkling to conceptualize the unknown. What about the Henlo theory of cross-dimensional subatomic seeding? Oh, Henlo! I disprove Henlo for breakfast. That quaking quack. I talked to him like that, and another thing, little Miss Stylish, little Miss Blazer, and both orange and purple don't mix. Oh, I will fucking scratch you. They clash. Do you want to get scratched? Yeah, see, this guy gets it. Of course you agree with the orb. From there, at some point, we spilled back out onto the street with at least 5 new inebriated friends. We lost them just as quickly, which I didn't mind, as they were both small birds and extremely loud. I did lose Primrose around a corner, though, which meant I was very much lost myself. Even emboldened by the spirits, I was too nervous to ask for directions until I found another human, which took me a surprisingly long time. There was a man in a black suit standing under a street lamp outside a hotel. He had no answers for me, but he did offer me a cigarette. I wouldn't usually, he said to me, but this is your last day in this world. I'd say it counts. I have no idea how he knew about my deal with Primrose or what he was counting, but he was still a very nice man. Not knowing what else to do, I stumbled toward a standing electric booth in the middle of the road. Its holographic sign was in the same shape as Primrose's brooch, that globe and eye. When I came within a few paces, a second projection appeared, of an androgynous human, all made of blue light. Hi? Good evening. How can I help you? I'm looking for a cat. Would you like a listing for animal shelters? Or would you like to connect to the feline community registry? No, sorry, I'm not from around here. I'm from this place. She called it A6K. Would you like to be patched into the ongoing compendium judgment on A6K Unity? Yes? Then the booth showed me. It sobered me up quite a bit. There are no boundaries, there is only the path. Size and scale and circumstance are simply perceptual, prescriptive, subjective. They are not them. We are not us. No more than you are you and we are we. A pinprick can be as wide as any road, so long as there is the means to travel. If it can, and it should, so it shall. There is no yes and no. There is no stop and go. There is only the path, and it splits. Always converge, eventually, entirely, ultimately. 2 paths diverged in a wood, and we choose the path of bravery, for only a fool fights entropy. We will travel the path with them, from a city in a forest where all roads meet. Here comes a vote of yes. Location, a hilltop somewhere. That's all I'd really ask to cheer for, a hilltop somewhere. Just outside some small town, the kind you could find anywhere, really. But somehow, I knew it was America. There's a large oak tree on that hill, and I sat against it for a good long while, alone. Eventually, Primrose found me. She brought the bottle with her. David, thank goodness. I was hopping on all sorts of rooftops looking for you, you silly old second cousin to a bonobo. Hello, Primrose. Well, have you been some kind of multi-livered phenomenon this entire time, David? You seem positively lucid. There was a vending machine. It's all black with a keypad, and it asked me to make a request, so I asked for something to sober me up. It tasted like those awful cinnamon candy hearts, but it worked. Oh, well, good for you. I have plenty of room for the rest of this bottle. Why am I here, Primrose? Primrose paused, her tail dropped. You're not supposed to ask that. I'm asking, why am I here? David, come on, we've been having such a fun night. Tell me why I'm here, Primrose. Look, I'm way too drunk for this conversation. God damn it, Primrose, tell me why I'm here. Because I wanted just one more date with my best friend, okay? Silence ran out after the shout. A few black-winged birds took flight from a nearby tree, but after that, everything was painfully still. The David Caspian of this dimension. Yeah, something happened to him. it can be dangerous on this side of reality too, sometimes. Not every singularity leads to nice places. I leaned back into the tree and stared at the dark canopy above. I'm sorry. I had suspected, but I'm sorry, Primrose. Yeah, well, you should be. Fun drinking is one thing, but now we're going to have to ramp it up to morose drinking, so I still need to know why I'm here. What? I just told you! Not the personal reason, the time-sensitive reason. Primrose, what is the compendium voting on right now? What happens to my reality if they vote yes? Primrose looked at me wide-eyed. She set the bottle down. Unity. And what does that mean? It means the compendium does what it did here, but over there. It makes things better. It takes over. And if they vote no, a singularity can't be closed, David. You know that. A shear in reality, by definition, has to be stronger than the reality itself. It's there forever. So either your reality is viable or it's a problem. Either compendium unifies with A6K or they erase it. There's been a lot of talk today about what we bring to the table, why each of us is here. Well, the Peacekeepers know why we're here. You people need a villain. You need some son of a bitch to blame all the hard decisions on. You need someone to sit here and say, take them out, and shut it down, so you can go home that night and feel like you really tried to make the right decision. But only if those bastard Peacekeepers would let you. We're also the ones you send in when diplomacy fails. We're the jarheads you teleport off to alts, the bleeding rivers, and freaky upside-down cities full of immortal tea-slurping fucks. Because guess what? Sometimes things just want to kill you. You can't leave them alone. You can't relocate them. And you can't talk them into being good. They just want to kill you. So we killed them. Don't forget who sands down all the rough edges of your perfect world when the pieces don't fucking fit. Now that I've made my therapist proud, I'll get to the point. We all still want the same thing, a safe, stable world. We're willing to compromise our methods if you've got a better option. That's not how things work in A6K. We've seen that. They only compromise when it's do or die. They take shortcuts. They try to break Phenom. Like that's ever a good fucking idea. A6K is a problem, and frankly, we should be treating it like we've treated so many other problem dimensions. We can't trust them. The Global Peacekeeping Initiative votes no. When we first met, out of some strange cross-universal courtesy, I had recommended Primrose paralyze me. 22 hours later, she'd done just that. I sat frozen on that hilltop, holding my knees to my chest. I couldn't blink. I couldn't breathe. The blood was frozen in my veins, refusing to pass through my heart. The gears of my mind ground to a screeching, cracking halt. Unity, or erasure. When that wall of anxiety weakened just a slight bit, a frantic burst of contingencies erupted from my mind. They spread before me like steep, jagged paths. I could run back to the chair, maybe. I could ask it to bring me to the rooftop again. I could find some way to return to my reality, to warn them. Should I warn them? Would it matter? Would they believe me? Could they stop the compendium? Would they strike first? Would I just be deciding whether to destroy this reality or my own? How could I trust people I've known for less than a day? How can I trust a ruling body I'd never even seen? How can I trust my own reality? I'd never seen the council either. I turned to look at Primrose, and she gave me an expression I truly couldn't place. It's like she was holding in a very large breath. Then she started laughing. She fell onto her back and laughed, rolling about in the damp grass. There's no invasion, is there? Gatekeeper, no. Oh, gracious mother above. Oh, Pantheon old and new. You really are the most gullible men I've ever met. I just got here, Primrose. Of course I'm gullible. Christ, well, what does unity actually mean then? Primrose caught her breath and smiled at me. Contact. Unity means reaching out to your reality, offering a discourse. That's it. That's all. Then call it contact. The Compendium is a scientific institute, David. They like using fancy words. I finally exhaled. I fell back into the grass, hands splayed, and stared up at the stars. You're an asshole, Primrose. Oh, it serves you right. I told you not to ask why. So, they just wanted to talk to us? To start, after a time after we're all settled in with each other, then we start bringing over humanitarian aid. Maybe some low-level technology if you want it. It's still an invasion of a kind, just a very slow and completely voluntary invasion. The moment you guys tell us, get lost, we get lost. And if there's disagreement on that, well, if one part of our world wants you there and another doesn't matter, it's gotta be unanimous. Once you guys can come to some kind of consensus, some kind of alliance, a shared scientific council for the betterment of the world, if you will, then you can call us back. You do this often, often enough, we have these kinds of votes whenever you stumble onto a new dimension. It's not often the whole compendium needs to be called, though. Initially, it's pretty cut and dry if we broach unity. The answer is usually no, it may just be talking, but we do realize the destabilizing effect it can have. After all, like you said, if some people want us to stay and others don't, it might bring about alliances, or it could cause global war. And you don't destroy realities when they vote no? No, David, of course we don't. Ironically, dimensional ruptures are the one phenomenon we do actually contain. We sealed off, obscure it, and monitor it. Destroying a whole reality? I don't even think the compendium has that kind of power. Probably. There have been rare times when we've offered mercy, I suppose. But those have been dimensions where literally everything has gone right to hell. Your reality isn't that far gone, and you're certainly not a threat. You're just, well, clearly you're a serious gray area. I didn't know what to say to any of them. It felt wrong that there wasn't some grand calamity on the horizon, some awful punchline to this adventure. I just lay there, zen-like in my total disbelief of the universes. Primrose sighed and settled down next to me. David, I know more about alternative realities than anyone in my world. I certainly know more than you, no offense, I've been at it for about 60 years longer. Now, the truth, I have no idea why our worlds are so different, and yet so similar. I don't know if it's the chicken or the egg with you people and your phenom. Does your hostile reality make you aggressive and distrustful? Or is it your distrust and aggression making your reality hostile? Is it you? Is it circumstance? Is A6K just one big tempest in a teapot spiraled out of control? And far apart, are we just fundamentally different from you? Or are we just a product of some nebulous domino effect from thousands of years ago when one human decided to be kind to another? Primrose shrugged. It's a finicky ball of string, our scientific field. That's also a cat phrase, by the way, you can't use it. I glanced over at Primrose for a moment. 60 years, huh? Primrose nodded. How old are you? Primrose batted at my face, hard, then stalked off towards the chair. The sun began to rise. It always comes down to us, doesn't it? It's only fair. We did start all this. We've seen worlds hollowed, fed up to a screaming wrought iron moon. We've seen planets consumed by death, undeath, and repugnant life. We've seen it all horribly ever unfolding under a bleak red sun. I never hold any reality to some perverse contest of calamity. I can't say what has pained me the most. Seen a beautiful, pristine world of happy people, only to arrive just as all the flowers bloomed. We couldn't even tell them what was coming. There was so little time. Forgive me. I don't mean to wallow in the past. You need us to be the rational ones, right? We all need to admit a terrible truth. A6K is the closest we've ever come to finding a true parallel reality. We may sit here condemning them, but the fact remains. We never found anyone quite so much like us. We rose from the dark together, stronger for our hardships. Who's to say they won't do the same? They could be our equals. They could even rise above us. One day? But that triumph can't come from us. It has to come from them. The Foundation votes no. But with an addendum, we seal the gate, but not entirely. We keep an eye on A6K and let them find us. And they do, we'll greet them without security, containment, or any protections. When they're ready to step into the light, we'll be here. Shall we take it to a vote? Location, Tokyo. And there we were, back on the rooftop again. My lab coat appeared with me, hanging off the back of the chair. I thanked it twice and told it what a wonderful job it had done today. It gave a pleasant little rattle. Primrose sat where I'd first seen her, but now she was facing away. I walked up and stood with her, watching the sun rise for a second time, and over the vast canopy of incredible architecture, vibrant green and polished white. I never did ask how they grew ivy so large. I decided not to. I didn't need to know. It was spectacular, and that was enough. I didn't think it'd be that close. I looked over at Primrose. The vote, I knew a charity would be on board. They love helping the helpless, and your world is the very definition of helpless. Primrose. The Apex too, maybe. I voted to count for something. Plus, the canine collegiate are all about inclusivity, but the amphibian pod can be such sticks in the mud. Primrose. And it was anyone's guess about how the people of the forest would vote. It always is. The Nocturnals were a real surprise, given what you people did to them. But what the goddamn was the collective even saying? Do you understand a single... Hey, Primrose? She stopped talking, but wouldn't look at me. Much as I'd learned how a cat emotes in this world, I couldn't read her at all. I could guess how she was feeling, though. Thank you for today. She didn't reply. Sorry I forced you to let the cat out of the back of it. Sorry. Is that cat-only phrase? You can use it. You've got a strange but very beautiful world here, Primrose. Could be your world, too, you know? It's my turn to be silent then. I watch the sky turn from a muted orange to a pale, promising blue. I mean, I can't just pluck you out of A6K again once it's sealed, but there's no real reason I have to send you back. I'm sure I could come up with some excuse for it, a compendium, some long-term cross-cultural, trans-dimensional, quantum quarking. Yeah, I'll figure it out. If you're ever worried about your SCP people, we can send back a clone or an android. Or, we recently found these lentil-based human-making life forms in Nepal. You can only drool and stumble around, but I doubt your stupid reality will notice. I just smiled weakly. Primrose's words were eventually faded into a low mumble, and by the time I turned to look at her, her head was hanging low. It really was an incredible day. You're not going to tell them, are you? Your bosses, I mean. The SCP Foundation? Oh, good God, no. I'll make something up for them. But actually, I can think of someone who would appreciate all of this. They're always up for a good story, and they can keep a secret. Primrose nodded. I tucked my hands into my lab coat. Without any great fanfare or farewell, I knew it was time to go. Before I did, I asked Primrose for one last thing. She grumbled, but agreed. I pet her head and vanished. Wow. Holy shit. Okay, so you know all those Studio Ghibli films or Ghibli films or... I forgot the studio name. I'll just put it up there. Fuck. Well, you know those films? This entire SCP kind of feels like that. It also makes me feel incredibly good for some reason, like holy shit. And honestly, it's excellent. It really is. But yeah. Anyways, next one on our list is the one I've actually been looking forward to the most. When I first read this next one, this one was really good. It immediately took my number one spot. And honestly, even though I never really wanted it to win, it's still arguably my favorite of all of these things. Now, let me present to you SCP-6000. From 0510 to Personal Lister. Figured you may be curious about the music. See attached file 0510. Item number SCP-6000. Object class Safe. Secondary class Famule. Special containment procedures. Foundation personnel maintain several television broadcasting towers to transmit SCP-6000 globally. Per Project ISA protocol, only Level 5 personnel may access this file. Description: SCP-6000 is a 3-minute-long cognito-hazardous video of the Applied Force Department Symphony performing Near My God to Thee. The video influences the autonomic nervous system and hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, inhibiting fight-or-flight responses to stressors and regulating cortisol production. Upon Ethics Committee approval, the O5 Council commissioned the Medics and Infohazards Division to develop SCP-6000 for Project ISA. Exposure testing began on volunteer researchers after performance and recording. Addendum 6000.1 Testing Log. Subject: Dr. Chuck Ferguson. Background: Ferguson married his husband 7 years prior to testing and had adopted an infant son 3 years prior. He reports high relationship and household satisfaction, substantiated by testimony from close friends. He frequently stresses over a lack of interaction with his son, and believes his husband may hold grudges against him due to this. Results: Ferguson texts his husband, asking if they can discuss the situation later that day. Ferguson reports an in-depth, reflective conversation spanning their relationship history, familial pasts, and favorite television programs. Among this, Ferguson's husband reassures that he holds no grudges over his more dominant role in their son's upbringing, given Ferguson's government job. See Family Disclosure Protocol. He, however, does suggest hiring a babysitter, which Ferguson states he'll contemplate. Subject: Agent Sylvina Cortez. Background: Cortez immigrated from the Philippines to the United States after college, a decision heavily protested by her mother. With her enrollment in the United States military and subsequent Foundation employment, her relationship with her mother grew increasingly estranged. Cortez regrets not contacting her mother, but fears a further divide in their relationship if she does so. Results: Cortez calls her mother, who expresses shock from the sudden contact. They set up a video call together for the day after testing. Cortez reports an initially stilted but progressively intimate conversation. Her mother interested in American life and Cortez in Filipino life. When addressing the initial distress over the immigration, Cortez's mother apologizes for her comments, noting how long ago she made them but admitting she feared how Cortez would adjust. Subject: Dr. Everett Mann. Background: Mann, continuing the eccentricity of his caretaker uncle, possessed divergent ethics from societal norms. After Mann's uncle died incarcerated, Mann faced social ostracization from peers. In response, Mann sought comfort in science and learning. While Mann cites genius as diverting potential friends, others testify Mann outright rejecting social advances in favor of scientific pursuits. Results: Mann steps outside the testing facility, finds the nearest cliff face, and sits at the edge, silently staring at the night sky. When asked what he thought about, Mann states, "We can all ascend." The next day, he sits at a crowded table in the Site 19 cafeteria, facilitating awkward but genuine conversation on rat biology. Addendum 6999.2 Project ISA Briefing. Project ISA is a Foundation Plan initiative to comfort humanity in response to a predictable, singular, and widely publicized XK end-of-the-world scenario. Once such an event grows imminent, all Foundation personnel will gain access to files on Project ISA anomalies. When the SCP-6000 contest was first announced, this was the first SCP-6000 contest entry I ever read. And oh boy, it's a good one. You know how the previous one I read was like feel good? This one is more melancholy, but I honestly kind of prefer more melancholy SCPs. And I also tend to prefer more shorter SCPs. So this one was really a delight for me. Well, anyways, I guess that's the end. Oh wait, I'm forgetting something, haven't I? I've neglected to play the Nearer My God to Thee audio file that was provided in the actual article. Well, as the credits will roll, I guess I'll play it. Oh, and before I go, these SCP-6000 contest entries weren't the only entries as I mentioned. So, while all of the credits are rolling, I will now proceed to put in every single other entry. Well, here we go. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope you... Well, there's nothing really I can say. Well, thanks for watching this video until the end. At least if you actually fucking watched the video until the end. Or I guess you're also here if you skipped to the end. In which case, if you skipped all the way to end, fuck you, watch the entire thing, lazy ass. Well, anyways, thank you for watching. I'll see you, like, in 1 month or something.